Times recorded feels good. 2:25 seconds. 20 seconds in the top. 15 seconds. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence starts. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running.
Hello and welcome to beautiful Elsinore, Denmark for the 8th stop of the 2026 Experience Oman Ironman Pro Series. This is the 13th edition of this 70.3 and race venues don't get much more epic than this. We've got castles, cathedrals and some of the most stunning scenery in the world, all as a backdrop for some very fast racing about to go down. Some of the world's best triathletes are set for an intense showdown, battling not only for a place on the podium, but also for crucial Pro Series points and some of the last remaining qualifying slots for the 70.3 World Championships in Nice. We have 24 pro women on the start line, headlined by two-time Pro Series winner, Kat Matthews. We also have 49 men racing with the big trio of Martin van Riel, Jamie Riddle, and Kyle Smith. I'm Marinda Carfrey, and joining me today in the commentary booth is Sam Appleton. Sam, good to have you joining tonight and today. And what are your thoughts on the race?
Yeah, it's great to be here, and I think this race is shaping up to be super exciting. Like you said, we have the World Championship slots for Nice, a couple of the men leaving their run a little bit late, but yeah, Pro Series points on the line, and I think it's going to be super exciting. Look at that amazing backdrop there, and yeah, Elsinore just putting on a great show.
Yes, and of course, today's coverage is made possible by the Experience Oman, the naming partner for the 2026 Experience Oman Ironman Pro Series. We thank them for bringing us all the action from Denmark and all season long. And yes, as we get down into Elsinore, that's a Kronborg Castle there, a beautiful backdrop for these athletes, and this swim course pretty unique as well. We'll talk about that a little bit later, but we're going to take a look at the start list for today's race. On the pro men's side, Martin van Riel in M1. Kyle Smith, Jamie Riddle, they're the big trio at the top. But who else are you looking to see out there today, Sam?
I think Christian Hogenhaug, number 7, he's obviously from Denmark, so he'll be looking for a good showing. And Valdemar Solok, he's coming in with some good form as well. And the young guy, Jeremy McLean from the USA, number 12, he's coming off his maiden victory at Ironman 70.3 Chattanooga a few weeks ago. Yeah, there's just a lot of names, and I think it is shaping up. But like you said, the Martin van Riel, Jamie Riddle, Carl Smith, that's the big three we're looking at.
Yeah, some very fast racing. Fraser Milliken down there from the UK as well. Lucas Benston as well from Denmark. Lots of Danes racing today in this beautiful venue. We'll look at the women's start list as well now. Kat Matthews headlining here, Sam.
Yeah, Kat Matthews, she's probably the one to beat in my eyes, but you know, she won't have it all her way with Natalie Van Koveren coming in off her recent win at Ironman 70.3 Western Sydney earlier this year. Audrey Millet as well, Lena Meisner. Yeah, it's not going to go all Kat's way. Hannah DeVette there in number 5. She's going to have a bit of competition, but I think Kat is probably the favourite for this. You've also got Lottie Wilms, Marta Sanchez. I could just keep going on. It's going to be a great race in both the men and the women's side.
Yeah, and let's take a look at who is trying to qualify for the 70.3 World Champs. As you said, athletes leaving it late. So we have Hannah DeVette, who just missed out on a spot in Aix-en-Provence just 5 weeks ago. Nina Duron, Fenella Language, Louisa Logna-Prat, and Henrik Guber as well. And then on the men's side, Martin Van Riel, Jamie Riddle, and Kyle Smith, the top 3 guys, looking for that knee spot. Christian Hokenag as well as Tor Bendix Madsen. So, some big names who still have yet to stamp their spot. Of course, this is the last chance for the men. There is one more race on the calendar before the deadline, and that's Nice for the women next week.
Yeah, and the men also have 70.3 in Canada as well this weekend, but it is the last weekend, and the women get to go in Nice next weekend. So, yeah, some people are leaving their run late, but totally. Maybe they thrive under pressure.
Maybe, yeah. We have Kat Matthews, our female favourite, on screen, but let's have a look at the race weather presented by Roka. 63 Fahrenheit, that's 17 Celsius. That's the race weather there. A little bit of wind, 2 kilometers per hour, so very, very light. Humidity up at 87%, so yeah, pretty high there. The swim, the water temperature is 17 degrees, so it will be a wetsuit swim well and truly, and as you would expect at this area of the world.
Yeah, great conditions really. 17 degrees, not too hot. Yeah, nice and cool. The swim, the water temperature the same as well. So, yeah, I think all great signs for a fast day, a fast race, and probably ideal temperatures to be racing in.
Absolutely. And the athletes now making their final checks before throwing their wetsuits on and getting started today. We'll be watching for the race, the introductions momentarily, but there are actually 18 Danes racing in both pro fields today, so very strong Danish contingent on home soil. I think that will be interesting to see how that plays out, and it's a $50,000 professional prize purse today as well, so some good money on the line there, Sam. But as we said, it's not just the prize money. It's Pro Series points. It's Nice slots. So a lot to race for.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the prize money is nice, but yeah, I think a lot of these athletes are looking for, zooming out, looking at the big picture, trying to shape their season, get those qualifications for the World Championships, and yeah, get those valuable Pro Series points for that big payout at the end of the year. But yeah, Elsinore is just a beautiful, beautiful spot, and it's known for its astounding beauty, historical significance in trading, and the iconic Kronborg Castle, which the athletes this race just plays the backdrop to that castle, and they swim and run right through the town there, so we should get some spectacular imagery as well.
Yeah, and as you said, Jamie Riddle on screen a moment ago, one athlete definitely looking for a Nice spot. He was in top 10 at both World Championships last year and has had a rough start to this year. He had a rough start in South Africa, ended up walking the marathon and didn't have a great race there. And then Aix-en-Provence, he didn't look himself coming off the bike. He had a very slow T2, and then it was out in the run. He looked good, and then rounded a corner and sort of slipped and sort of smashed his knee into the ground. And that was the end of the day for him in Aix-en-Provence. So a rough start to the season, but still a lot of racing to be had. The only problem is he needs a slot for Nice today.
Yes, he does, yeah. And like you said, a little bit of a slower start, and probably, riding that big high of last year, the 2 top 10s at the Ironman and the 70.3 World Championships, coming into this year, 2026, not having it all his way. And yeah, he'll be hungry, he'll be motivated, and he'll be pushing right from the start. He's an aggressive racer, phenomenal swimmer. Yeah, he'll be leading this race from the beginning and trying to force the pace and make the other guys pay. So I'm excited to see how it plays out.
Absolutely. As long with him, Martin Van Riel, a very good swimmer as well. Expect him to be an aggressor in the swim, as well as Kyle Smith. We haven't seen Kyle Smith race since Ironman New Zealand, which was our first race of the Ironman Pro Series earlier this year. So Kyle as well looking to snatch up a Nice slot.
Yeah, similar story to Jamie, really. It's yeah, he hasn't had it all his way this year, and I think he came out and said that after Ironman New Zealand, his body just took a long time to recover, and he's struggled to build some momentum in his training and his racing. So this is the first time we've seen him race since Ironman New Zealand earlier this year. He was down to race a few other 70.3s, but scratched, and yeah, it's good to see Carl back racing and hungry for that slot, as we see Natalie Van Koveden as well, all suited up, getting ready. It's already bright, sun's out in Denmark.
Yeah, I think we were just talking about how long the days are in this neck of the woods. 4:30 sunrise and 11 p.m. sunset, so very long days.
Yeah, most, you know, I wouldn't even see the darkness if that was...
If that was the case.
Yep.
Yep. But yeah, this swim course, very unique. I think one of the most unique swim courses that we have. A lot of turns. I don't exactly know how many, but when we look at swim maps, we'll be able to see exactly how many swim turns. But that's going to make for a really interesting swim and swim start. I think it's only a couple of 100 meters the first turn, and it's about a 90-degree turn after, you know, first starting. Marta Sanchez on screen there. She's vying for the Pro Series as well, so looking to lock in some of those valuable points today in Elsinore.
As we see the harbour, and yeah, this swim is very unique. Lots of turns, which can make it harder for the weaker swimmers, probably more of an advantage for those stronger swimmers, because it does require a bit more changing of pace, and you can't just sit in for the group.
And we have M18 Matthew Collins from Great Britain racing today. Matthew Collins was third at Ironman 70.3 Eagleman in the Pro Series last year.
Here we have Emil Holm, Paris Olympian, and third in the Pro Series at earlier this year in the Venice Jeslo. Last season, sorry. He'll be looking to get back on the podium.
And then M15, Simon Vian from France. He had a really solid start to the season with 4th at 70.3 Valencia and 7th at 70.3 Aix-en-Provence 5 weeks ago. That was a Pro Series race.
Here we have Jeremy McLean, and I touched on him earlier before. Recently won Ironman 70.3 Chattanooga, his first 70.3 victory. And he's young, and he is very, very strong on the bike, and that's how he won that race. He just went off the front and didn't look back. So expect to see him on the bike pushing the pace.
And M10, Jens Emil Slot Nielsen from Denmark. He was a 15th at Aix-en-Provence, and last year was 2nd at 70.3 Langkawi and 3rd at 70.3 Nice.
Number 9, another of the Danes, local guy. He'll be looking for a good race, Valdemar Solok. So far this year, 24th at Oceanside and a DNF at 70.3 Valencia, but he'll be looking to put a good score on the board today in front of a home crowd.
And also from Denmark, Christian Hogenhag, who had a rough day in Aix-en-Provence 5 weeks ago, 39th. And I'm sure he'll be ready for a much better day here today. He was 12th in Ironman Texas earlier this year too.
And we spoke about Carl Smith before, number 3 today. He was 11th at Ironman New Zealand, race here in 2021, so it's been a few years, but he'll be one to watch. He is after that knee slot. He's come out and said that that's his main goal for today, a knee slot, so look for him to be aggressive on the swim and the bike.
And representing South Africa, M2, Jamie Riddle. Again, we've talked about this. He needs a knee slot, so looking for a solid performance from Jamie Riddle today.
Wearing number 1, we have Martin van Riel from Belgium. He had a fantastic season opener in Ironman Texas, where he got 2nd behind Christian Blumenfeld. And a bit of a fun fact from Martin, he's done 5 70.3s and has 5 70.3 victories. So can he keep that clean run? He also needs a knee slot, so yeah, exciting.
And we're just waiting for the pro women now. We might have a few minutes before we get to the pro women. I believe they're due to come out any moment now, but I think they're lined up and ready to rock and roll. We'll see. And yeah, just a great aerial view of this amazing venue. I mean, the backdrop, incredible. Yes, and there she is, wearing 13 from Switzerland. That is Nina Duron. She came off 2nd at Ironman Lanzarote, 2nd to none other than Lucy Charles Barkley, and she needs to secure a ticket to Nice as well.
And here, F10, we have Franziska Hoffmann from Germany. She's struggled a little bit to stay healthy the last couple of years, but she has shown in the past that she can challenge for the podium, and she won Ironman Wales and was second at 70.3 Poznan last year.
And representing Spain is Marta Sanchez. She was 6th this year at Oceanside and 3rd in Ironman Texas, so definitely a solid Ironman Pro Series contender. She just came off a altitude training camp in the Sierra Nevada.
Number 7, representing the Netherlands, it's Lottie Wilms. She's had a pretty good start to the year so far, with 3rd at Ironman New Zealand and 6th at Ironman Hamburg. And this is her first 70.3 for the Pro Series, and she is, yeah, she's definitely gunning for that this year.
And wearing number 6, Katrine Christensen, another Dane. She had an amazing performance in Hamburg, riding a 4:21 and running 2:45, finishing 3rd behind Solveig Lovseth and Laura Philipp. So looking for a great performance again today.
Here we have Hannah de Vet wearing number 5 from Belgium. She's an excellent biker. She was 5th in Aix-en-Provence about 5 weeks ago, just missed out on that 70.3 world slot. So she'll be hungry to try and snag one of those remaining spots today.
And from Germany, wearing number 4, Lena Meissner. She had a great start to the year with 3 straight podiums, including 3rd at Ironman 70.3 Valencia. She'll be up the front in the swim, so we'll look for her as an early aggressor.
Representing France with number 3, we have Audrey Millet, and she started off the season strong with 3rd at Oceanside. She didn't have a great day in Aix-en-Provence, but a solid result in Pamplona, and she's always a threat for the podium with a strong run.
And wearing number 2 from Australia, Natalie Van Kovenen. She won Ironman 70.3 Western Sydney earlier this year, and she will be a threat all around, but I expect to see her run through the field in the run.
And number 1, we have Kat Matthews representing Great Britain. She's the reigning Ironman Pro Series champion for the last 2 years, and she's one of the best riders in the sport, and probably one of the best runners in the sport as well. And she'll be playing catch-up from the swim, a likely deficit, but look for her to be making moves on the bike.
Yeah, pretty cool aerial view.
Beautiful.
And we are going to go and have a look at that swim course now as we look at the swim map. It's a 1 loop, 1.9 kilometer Roka swim course. It starts at Elsinore Harbour in front of the historic Kronborg Castle. Super technical swim course with numerous turns. Just look at how many, 1, 2, I mean, you can count them, but a lot of turns, and they got to stay in that harbour. A lot of out and backs, but super unique for Ironman racing. You see it more in short course racing.
And then onto the bike. It's a new single loop bike course, pretty flat and fast, only 333 meters of elevation over the 90K. That's a little bit over 1,000 feet for our US viewers. You head out north along the stunning coastline of Northern Sealand. Just before Homebeck City, you'll turn left towards the idyllic countryside. Out and back sections at kilometers 30 and 38 are distances where the athletes can see each other and see where the competitors are, and maybe you know, make some decisions about where they need to go, where they need to put the power down.
And then onto the 3.5 loop, 21.1 kilometer Hoka run course. It circles the historic Kronborg Castle before heading for the city centre of Elsinore. So there you see into the city centre, and then you get to keep doing that. So very spectator friendly. Expect to see a lot of crowds, and then some quiet parts out on by the Kronborg Castle as well. So the athletes will have a chance to collect their thoughts before they run through all the crowds. And then, of course, on the magic red carpet to the finish line, who will be our 70.3 Elsinore champion at the end of today.
You see the cannon there getting ready to signal the start of the race. We're about 10 minutes away now, so yeah, athletes doing their warm-ups, getting ready, getting prepared, doing their last-minute preparations. But we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with all the action soon.
It's the beauty of Oman. Our tradition, our hospitality, the sounds of limitless opportunities to explore. Listen, it's Oman.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
IRONMAN 70.3 Elsinore is brought to you by Roka. Find faster with Roka. And Oman. Beauty has an address. Endurance has a destination. Experience Oman. And athletes are around 8 minutes out from race start now. You see them all in the water now and doing their final preparation, final warm-ups before they get called back behind the start line. And we're going to throw it down. We're also joined by our man on the ground, Tim Don.
Wow, what a morning we've got here in Elsinore. You can see the professionals warming up behind me. This swim course is so tight. It does favour the stronger swimmers, but if a stronger swimmer doesn't get a good start, they're going to be behind, and it's so hard to overtake with all these turns. The pros were really apprehensive yesterday in the race briefing. It's the largest or the busiest shipping canal in the world behind us. That's why they're staying in the marina. We have got this long 350-metre run to transition, so a good swim could be hampered by a terrible run. It really is going to be on here in the swim.
All right, to the professional athletes, you've got another 2 minutes left of your warm-up.
Yeah, such a unique swim venue, and yeah, I guess the reason why is that you don't want to be out in amongst this shipping canal outside of the harbour, so a lot of turns. But again, yeah, Sam, talk a little bit about being a good swimmer and why lots of turns is beneficial for a better swimmer.
Well, coming into the turns and the turn buoys and things, it gives the stronger swimmers an ability to accelerate out of those dead turns, and that does make it harder for the people that are just, you know, they might be comfortable sitting on the feet, but they can't accelerate with those pace changes. So when you get a straight line swim, it can be a little bit easier to just sit within the group, but with all the pace changes and things, it provides more opportunity for those stronger swimmers to establish a gap. So we'll see if that plays out today, but we are also joined by Daniela Riff. So Danny, welcome.
Hey guys, thank you so much. Yeah, going to be an exciting day. Definitely that swim course is quite tough. Also from orientation, it's going to be really hard to know which are the right buoys.
Yeah, that's a great point, actually, that I didn't consider, the sighting and navigation, because when you are swimming in a straight line, you generally have those sighting buoys to look at, and it's not too difficult. But when you're swimming really hard and trying to navigate as well, it does make it a little bit more challenging. So, yeah, we'll see how it plays out, but I'm excited, and look for guys like Jamie Riddle, Hannes Butters, Martin Van Riel, Kyle Smith. They'll all be looking to try and get a gap on some of those stronger riders coming from behind, the Christian Hogenhags and things like that. So, yeah, the front pack ones to watch. I mentioned we've also got Valdemar Solok as well, Jeremy McLean. Yeah, lots of swimmers.
Yeah, very strong front pack there. Jamie Riddle, we expect to be super aggressive as always at the start of the swim. And again, with that short runway before the 90-degree first turn, it's going to be carnage at that first turn, boys. So a lot of jostling for positions at that point. And we're going to look at the precision of fuel and hydration current course record times for this race. And we have Javier Gomez, Daniel Backergaard and Javier Gomez back in 21, 19, 2022. So a few years back, and George Goodwin, course record at 3:38.27. On the women's side, Lucy Charles-Barkley has that swim record. It must have been a fast year that year in 2021. And then Anna Bergstein in 2023. And Emma Pallant-Brown, a 1:16.16 and 22 as well. But Lucy Charles-Barkley has the course record time of 3:59.56 back in 2021. So.
Yeah, quick run times, especially on that run, 1:07 for Javier Gomez, which is not really surprising considering his pedigree, and 1:16 for Emma Pallant-Brown as well. So it does go to show that that this is a very quick run course. So it wouldn't surprise me to see a couple of those records fall today, just with the level of competition as the men start lining up. We still are about 4 minutes out, but they're looking ready to go.
Yeah, ready to go. Daniela, talk a little bit about, you know, ones to watch for you on the men's side.
Yeah, I think there's definitely on the men's side three big favorites. Having Martin van Riel. Question is, can he do the 6 out of 6? He won all his 70.3 races so far, and he looked like he's quite ready to go. He did some joking about not shaving his hair because he's going so fast. So he had to kind of slow himself down. But then also Jamie Riddle, I think he's definitely, he's hoping to get back to that performance that he was last year. And for a lot of them, it's the last chance for the knee slot. So I think all of them will be very motivated. Of course, also the locals like Christian Hogenhaug or Thor Madsen. So from the men's side, yeah, it's very deep field, and it's going to be very wild fight for that spot, for these spots.
Yes, and just an amazing race about to happen today. Looking forward to it. We're seeing imagery of the national anthem being played down on site. And some big crowds, Sam.
Yeah.
Looks like it's going to be an exciting day of racing for the athletes.
Yeah, and spectacular scenery. I know we've said it a lot, and we'll probably keep saying it, but yeah, super iconic running around that castle, and great that they can include that as part of the run course as well. And yeah, the crowds are starting to trickle in, and it should be a great race. You see the men lining up between those two black Roker boys there, and getting ready to be underway. And I think, like Tim said, it's about 160 meters to that first turning buoy. So expect a bit of carnage around that first turning buoy as the athletes vie for position.
160 meters, so what, a minute and a half, a minute 40?
Yeah, probably.
Probably.
Yeah, if that even. With a wetsuit and things, yeah, probably sub 90 seconds. So it's not much time for the athletes to create some space.
Yeah, and at 45 to 49 men strong, we did have a couple of athletes withdraw before the race, but still a very strong men's field, and that many men charging at a turn buoy always creates a little bit of havoc. And yeah, navigating that, I think, you know, we've all done those swims where, you know, the coach put 5 athletes in one lane and tells you to swim to the other end as fast as possible. So we train for this.
Yeah, it's interesting to see, you know, some athletes are aggressive in the swim and some are more submissive, and yeah, I think it's going to be chaos, but we'll see what happens. And Tim also mentioned that, you know, if you don't have a great start, it can be hard to work your way through, especially with this tight technical swim course. So yeah, if guys like the Jamie Riddles or the Martin van Riels, if they find themselves a little bit further back at that first turning buoy, then yeah, it might take them the rest of the swim to kind of get to the front. So yeah, it just goes to show how important this takeout speed is as we approach half a minute to go, 34 seconds until that cannon.
Yes, and then 5 minutes after the professional men start, the professional women will start their day. But We are now inside 20 seconds before race start. For Ironman 70.3 Elsinore. Green cap, Jamie Riddle. We'll see. Stand by for the start.
And we're off.
I feel like they always have spectacular starts in Europe.
Yes,
There's
they
always
do.
fireworks.
And you can already see Jamie Riddle out. He's got a body length already. We're only a handful of seconds in, so a fantastic start by Jamie in that green cap, just showing his swim prowess. But you can see a couple of those lines starting to form, a couple of those arrowheads, and somebody else closest to the screen also got a great start as well. As we will zoom in, be able to see that cup of the color of that cap and establish who that athlete is. But
and we will have some timing throughout the swim. But Jamie Riddle, and then the purple cap.
Might be Hannah's Butters, I think.
Hannah's Butters, yeah. Martin Van Riel is also in a violet, so purple and violet.
And then there's an orange cap in the middle, which I think might be Kyle Smith. So yeah, you can see those three got excellent starts, and they're already, you know, in quite clear water. They're not fighting with anyone, which is a huge advantage. Like when you start getting tangled up with other athletes, it can slow you down a lot. So to have your own space, your own water is a massive advantage. And it just goes to show how important that initial 50 meters are to establish that clear water. But yes, I think when they start this turn, they will not be in clear water.
And Daniela, you've raced short course, you know, half Ironman distance, you've done it all. Any tricks of the trade going around turn buoys that you always try to execute?
Yeah, I guess the best strategy is to go around it first, like we just saw here. I think that's probably Kyle Smith in the orange, or no, yeah, and Hannah's Butters in the purple. If you cannot do that, not have the capacity to swim around the buoy first, basically you just want to, I mean, the inside is faster than the outside, but that also has the risk that you're going to be squeezed into the buoy. So depending on who you're next to, yeah, it really matters on just positioning yourself. Also, there are going to be some elbows around that, you know, these buoys, because it's just, yeah, very tight. And of course, all the athletes want to have the straightest line, because that's where really the field is going to spread out. And as we have it here today, we have a lot of turns. So definitely this is going to be very important. So there's some tricks, I'm sure you would know them too. You know, you kind of turn to the back, do that little two strokes, and then you could go back on your front. That can be an efficient way, but there's, yeah, in the end, you just have to try to turn as fast as you can, and then get the sight again. I think sighting is really important today. It's as we have out and backs, and then kind of you swimming back to the course where you swam before, and it's going to be really hard to see the turns. I think this is going to be crucial today.
And you can see Jamie Riddle now sort of tucked in a perfect position in behind these front two men. I'm not sure if that is Kyle Smith, front left. We have a lot of orange caps in that region, so he is in neon orange. We expect him to be up front. And the women, 3 minutes, sorry. 3 minutes behind the pro men. The women are off on today's race, unless that was a repeat of the men. No, that looks like too many people. I think that was just a replay of the start.
Yeah, I think
of the men's field. Yep. Oh, look, that's it. That's Martin Van Riel, I think.
Yeah, somebody got caught up there with the...
I think he didn't start his watch. If we can watch that one more time, I don't know if I can get that one more time, but he pressed his watch. So he forgot to start his watch, and then unless something happened... And
I think it looked like there was a... maybe a watercraft in the way that he swam into. I'm not sure. I could have been mistaken. But yeah, that was definitely a replay of the men. So
yeah, exactly, yeah.
We might be able to get another shot of that.
This is the women here. So yes, the women have not started. They've got a minute before they start. So we just had a replay there of the professional men. It did look like Martin van Riel had a moment in the start, which is probably why he is not at the very front of the race. We do expect him to be up in the front, but we're standing by in about 40 seconds. You see the ladies kicking their legs, getting some blood flow, and we'll stand by for the women's race start.
And they're off. And yeah, you can see them how they were waiting for the start there. They do that sculling motion and they're almost holding themselves in position but kicking, but staying in the one spot to try and maximize that speed. It's like a race car almost. You're revving the engine and when the lights go green, you hit the gas. And the women are off and we have green cap out in front. Fenella Langridge with a great start. So yeah, lucky day for the green cap starts. Both Jamie Riddle and Fenella Langridge with great starts.
Getting out super quick. Trying to see where the rest of our favourites are. Kat Matthews is in purple.
Looked like Hannah DeVet also had a good start there in the blue cap. So, and somebody else on the far top of screen had a great start.
Expect Lotte Wilms in violet, Lisa Meissner in white, Marta Sanchez in neon red, and then Natalie Van Covert in silver, Audrey Miller in pink. We expect them to be in the chase pack, and then Kat Matthews probably in that chase as well. So they're the caps we're looking at. Yep, blue is Hannah DeVet. And you see that high turnover of Fenella Langridge.
Yeah, great open water technique. That high turnover really works well in the open water, and it's a bit of a contrast to what we saw with Hannes Butters. He had quite a long, both excellent swimmers, but just a contrast in styles. It's not a one-size-fits-all approach, and we are going to get a bit of a soundbite from Hannes Butters right now.
Yeah, I had a look on a swim course on the map, and I was there a few days ago. And I think it suits me and the fast swimmers because of the lot of turns, there will be no big groups, or it's harder for the big groups. So I think it's a good swim course for fast swimmers and for me. Yeah, I think that's my tactic, and that's the tactic on Sunday. Full gas on the swim, full gas on the bike, and then we will see how long it goes.
Full gas on the swim. That's working out pretty well for Hannes Butters right now. So good to get those little sneak peeks before the race and what they're thinking and what their plans are for the race. It doesn't always go to plan, as we know, but so far so good for Hannes Butters.
Yeah, exactly. And Lottie Wilms has taken the lead over for the women as well as they approach that first turning buoy. It does look quite strung out already, the women's race, for considering that turning buoy was about 160 metres out. So Lottie Wilms with a great start, forcing the pace.
Lottie Wilms there. Lena Meissner's the white cap, so Lena Meissner right on Lottie Wilms's feet. And then if we pan back a bit, I think we had
maybe
Marta Sanchez. Fenella was in there as well on the green. It looked like Kat Matthews did have a pretty good start. She was kind of in the mix of the sort of group of 5 or 6 behind these front runners, but that was sort of in the opening 100. Yeah,
and that will be the key for Kat Matthews as well. If she can limit the gap to these strong swimmers, and she's in the box seat, but I'm sure these women want to get as much of an advantage on Kat Matthews as they can.
Natalie Van Covert in the silver there at the back of the screen next to Marta Sanchez. Looks like those two are fighting each other a little bit.
Yep, probably getting a little bit annoyed with each other. I know when I race, I always like to have clean water. I don't like people touching me, but that is part of the sport.
It's not always, it's not always your choice. You don't get what you want,
no,
right?
You don't. You
Hardly
don't.
ever.
Absolutely not.
All right, let's throw to. We'll get another look at. This is the women's start. So we're just getting a replay of the start of the women's race. And see if it was a clean start for everybody.
Looked pretty clean to me.
Yeah, I didn't see anything much, but Lotte Wilms out, and we saw green cap Fenella Langridge out, aggressive as always. But I want to throw it to Daniela Riff on the women's side. Danny, we haven't got a chance to talk to you much about the ladies racing today. Yeah, let's get into it.
Yeah, I think the clear favorite for sure will be Kat Matthews. She had a bit of a rough race with a DNF, with a flat tire in Texas. I think she's in good form. She looks really happy. Her brother is racing with her today here in Elsinore. So I think a happy Kat will be a very strong Kat. And so, yeah, I'm excited to see what she can do. But also Anne de Wet, I think she will be really going hard for that spot, for the knee spot. And then, yeah, I think there are also Christian, just 1 second, I need to quickly check. We have a lot of women coming from Ironman Hamburg, so I think this is also a little bit of a question mark. How did they recover from the race? Can they come back, and really be strong again? It's only 2 weeks ago, so that's going to be, it's not a lot of time to recover from an Ironman.
Danny, did you ever race a half 2 weeks after an Ironman? Or did you just do another Ironman? I feel like you were pretty big on back-to-back races.
I think to be honest, I think I prefer to go an Ironman after an Ironman, because actually going a 7.3 after an Ironman is maybe even harder, because that pace is just another level. In 7.3 racing, you really have to go a bit above threshold, where Ironman is kind of around the threshold zone. And if you're just coming off an Ironman and then go back to that hard pace again, that can be really hard. And especially in the run, you need to be really fresh and to be able to run 21K super strong. This is not an easy one. So I think, it will be very interesting how everyone recovered, or how the ladies recovered from just 2 weeks ago racing in Ironman Hamburg.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think racing an Ironman and then trying to find that extra gear. Typically, athletes will go 70.3 into Ironman or Ironman to Ironman. But yeah, I agree with you, Danny, going Ironman to 70.3, a whole different kettle of fish. We're back with the pro men here. Sam and purple cap Hannes Butters. He did say he was going to go full gas in the swim, full gas on the bike, and then just see where he's at.
Yeah, and that's a beautiful shot of his gorgeous swim stroke there. And I think we were mistaken. I don't think that is Carl Smith in that orange cap. I think that, that might be somebody else, as a lot of the men have the orange cap, but it's definitely Hannes Butters out in front and Jamie Riddle in that that green cap sitting second there. But yeah, you can see the difference in stroke. Hannes Butters is that long, smooth, loping, whereas Jamie Riddle has that very high turnover, much more open water swimming stroke. And
the green caps, aggressive.
Yes.
Him and also Fenella. Yeah, very high turnover. It's just a different sort of, and Lotte Wilms, I feel like, is in the purple, one of the purple caps too, right? And she has a nice long loping. But we caught up with Fenella. Let's go listen to what she had to say earlier this week.
It's going to be into those boys and out of those boys as hard as we can. It's a really technical course. It's like no other course that we race on the Ironman circuit. It's more back to like short course style of racing, where navigation and where you are on feet and where you are left or right on the side of people will make a big difference on how you feel and how the race goes. But yeah, no, it'll be a really fun race.
I think everything Fenella does is fun.
Yes.
She seems like just a high on life, and just a super spirit with everything she does. It's a pleasure to witness. But yeah, it looks like Lotte Wilms again. 2 weeks ago she raced Ironman Hamburg, and she looks great. I think she came straight here. I think she's been here 10 or 11 days. So I had the chance to check out the course and recover a lot. I'm sure she just enjoyed a lot of bakeries and ice creameries. That's what I would have done between that and now to recover.
Because 2 weeks, it's a quick turnaround, isn't it? And the Ironmans that I've done, sometimes it's taken me up over a month to start feeling somewhat normal again. So super impressive with these ladies backing up 2 weeks after an Ironman and, you know, going quite deep at that Ironman as well. I think Lottie Wilms was 6th place. So, yeah, she definitely didn't phone that one in. So it's great to see them back out racing.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 women are in that front pack. We have Lena Meissner, Fenella Langridge, Lottie Wilms, Marta Sanchez, Hannah DeVette, and I think Natalie Van Coverden in the silver. So Natalie...
I think that's Natalie in second there. I think she's moved up to second in that silver cap. And you can see Lena Meissner kind of sitting in that 3rd position in the white cap. But it's still Lottie Wilms pushing the pace. Natalie Van Coverden probably sitting in the best seat there. You know, it's always great to be sitting not on the front, saving a bit of energy, but still, you know, when they're strung out like that in single file, it means the pace is on. So, yeah, I think those women sitting 2nd, 3rd and 4th are probably in the box seat. But Lottie looks like she is happy to lead, and she's setting a furious pace.
Yeah, she's a phenomenal swimmer. Is usually the, you know, one that she let out in Hamburg as well. I think, I can't remember who she had. She had a couple of ladies with her.
I think Fenella was with her as well.
Fenella was with there, yep, exactly. So Fenella, again, another athlete backing up after Hamburg. And Katrine Christensen, not the strongest swimmer, but she had a phenomenal day. She's racing here today. She got 3rd and ran a 2:45.
Yeah.
So incredible. And looking at the men's times now, we have Hannes Butters is through 1,250 meters already. We have Faye, Minikins up there, Jamie Riddle, Solok, Dupuis. We expected him to be up there, Carl Smith.
And it looked like a bit of a gap after that top 5, about 20 or so seconds. So, you know, that 1,250 meters, that could blow out a little bit more to 45 to 50 as we see the men here, and that is that front group. And we're going to throw to a commercial now, but we'll be back with all that action very soon.
Try imagining a place where it's always safe and warm. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm. Just do it, we're fine. It's breakfast with precision. It's breakfast with precision.
Thank you, Poncho Man. Welcome to Breakfast with Precision at Hugo's on the Rocks. I'm Andy Blow, co-founder of Precision Fuel and Hydration, and we are stoked to be the official hydration partner of the Ironman Global Series.
Hey, what are you doing on my set?
Get a plan for your next race at PFNX.com.
Security! It's breakfast with precision. It's breakfast with precision.
I'm not here to sell you on this life. You already chose it. No shortcuts. No hype. Just work. Same as you. Built to outlast. Endure. 40 years in, and we're just getting warmed up. Welcome to the Ohana.
Ironman 70.3 Elsinore is brought to you by Hoka, Fly Human Fly, and Breitling, aspire for the ultimate finish line reward. All right, and we are back with, oh, it's hard to tell. I think that's Lotte Wilms.
I think it might be the men. I think
maybe
that
the men
might
still?
be Hannes Butters still in that.
Okay, yeah,
I
and Jamie
recognise
Riddle. That stroke. I know. It's
swim
hard
stroke.
because it's the same. It's purple, red, purple, green.
Yes, it
and
is.
The women's and the men's. Well, I guess Fenella was probably in 3rd or 4th. We had Natalie Van Coverden in the silver.
And then with the sun, it's hard to see. But yeah, the men are getting close to exiting the swim, and yeah, Hannes Butters led this whole way. Jamie Riddle happy in 2nd.
And just looking at that clock there, it looked like Kat Matthews was around 48 seconds back at that last time check. So Kat Matthews at 7:50 is about 48 seconds back. So I think if she's within 3 minutes, she'll be pretty happy with that. She's historically just a phenomenal wetsuit swimmer. And so, I mean, I remember back at 70.3 Worlds at a few years back, expected her to be getting out, 3-4 minutes back, and she was like 2 minutes back or something crazy. So Kat Matthews, a very good wetsuit swimmer. We also caught up with Jamie Riddle. We're going to pop over to see what he had to say before the race.
I think, kind of the aggressive racing style has got me to this point today. So I think it would be a shame to lose that. I think it's important to keep what you're good at and stay confident in what you're good at. So I think this swim in particular is one that could see some proper separation, because I can't even count that high, but there's a lot of turns. So it's basically just like wiggling through the harbor, which is, it's cool. I think it's going to make the swim interesting and force people to actually work instead of just sitting.
Jamie Riddle there. I like the way he races, very aggressive, almost, disrespectful to the distance. He just throws caution to the wind, and I kind of like that. It makes for exciting racing, and he'll be looking to take this bike up the road as well.
Yeah, and he came from short course racing, right, Sam? So across from ITU, World Cup racing style. So that style of racing always very aggressive, throughout the race, and so he naturally has that from growing up doing the sport.
Yeah, 100%, and I think it's been great having him in the long course scene, and I think he's added such a great dynamic to the racing, and he's been rewarded with some great results. Top 10s at both the Ironman and Ironman 70.3 World Championships last year, and a bit of a slower start to his year this year, but he'll be looking to put a good race on the board this year and get that qualification for the Ironman 70.3 Worlds in Nice coming up in September. So, a lot to play for today, and we haven't seen Martin van Riel yet. He's not in that front group, so we'll have to wait and see where he is as the men come out of the water up onto the dock there.
Yeah, pretty close to that course best time by Javier Gomez. He swam a 21, and let's see what the time was. Hannes Butters, 21:47. So Javier was 21:02. So not as quick as Javier went in 2019, but still a very quick swim. Anytime it's in that low 20s, the pace is on. So
yep, 100%.
These boys are moving. Yeah, definitely looking for Martin van Riel at the start of the bike. He typically is in the front pack.
Yeah, it's strange not to see him there, and I wonder if, we did get that little replay of the start, and I wonder if something did happen there and he wasn't able to, execute his usual swim, because it is strange. He is such a strong swimmer. We would actually usually see him in this top group, usually probably forcing the pace up there with guys like Jamie Riddle and Hannes Butters as well. So, it is strange, and the men coming through.
Is that him there?
Actually, that might be, I think.
The Bahrain
yeah, I think
kit?
that
Yeah,
is.
I think that's Martin van Riel. So he's at the back of that, that front group.
Yep, so perhaps it's a timing chip issue there with Martin, but he is intact. And we're going to throw down to Tim as the men come to their bikes. Tim, what do you got for us?
There were 7 out the water together. On the run to transition, someone has been dropped. There are 6. Kyle Smith is leading them out with Jamie Riddle right behind. Transitions are nice and wide, nice and long. This is a good working group here. We've got Ollie Turner from the Jersey as well. There's about a 10-second gap to the next. Okay, we're going over here now. Jamie Riddle nicely, his helmet's on. Martin's getting, remember their wetsuits have to go in the box, otherwise they incur a penalty. Nice, very delicately done. Here we go, we've got the first athlete running out now. Oh, Martin's putting socks on. That's going to cost him now, but save him in T2. This is a very fast lead group. Now they're coming in dribs and drabs. Oh, Martin Van Riel is taking his time. 1, 2, 3. There are 4 out. He is going to be 5th. He will make it. There's another 100 metres before they jump on their bike. As they wiggle through town, it's going to be... Oh, no, Ollie Turner's forgot to zip his tri-suit up, number 25. That is a great swim from him. He's going to have his work cut out. There is actually a slight headwind for the first stretch of the bike, and it is slowly picking up because they're right on the shore. Kyle Smith coming in now. He's about a minute plus back. There was a jet ski incident at the beginning of the swim. I'm not sure if he was involved in it as well, so that's a shame. But he's certainly got the power to ride through here, and there's going to be some powerful bike riders. This is going to be a big pack. 20-metre gap is going to be the difference. Okay, I'm going to throw it back to you guys in the studio.
Yeah, thank you, Tim. Always good to see the insight on the ground. It's always fast and furious through that Ruby T1 zone, and we still have men coming through thick and fast. But as you said, Hannes Butters was first out of the water, Jamie Riddle right on his feet, Vladimir Solak behind him, Ben Fay, and then Fraser Minikin. And then we had Martin Van Riel at the back of that group and Ollie Turner as well. So
it's a high pressure situation, the T1. I always find it's probably the area where my heart rate when I was racing would be the highest. Getting out of the water, running to your bike, you know, trying to put your helmet on, the start of the bike, everything, you know, it happens really quick, and it's, yeah, definitely a high pressure situation. You've got to take the wetsuit off, you've got to make sure your kit's zipped up, helmet's on, nothing out of the equipment box, because you can incur penalties if you do leave stuff out of the box. So, yeah, interesting to see how some guys played it, with Martin putting socks on as well. You know, that will pay dividends in T2 where he won't have to put socks on for the run. But we'll see who did have the fastest T1 times now.
It's changing as we speak. We have
Emil Holm there in 2 minutes 38 seconds for the Ruby Transition Zone 1. Valdemir Solok, 2:39, so only a second behind. And then Lukacs in 2:42.
And remember, it is a 350-metre run out of the swim into transition, so a little bit of a hike to get onto their bikes. We'll roll them back to the women now. We still have Lotte Wilms in the front, and white cap is Lena Meissner, Fenella Langridge. Unless that's is that Natalie Van Coverdon?
Yeah, it looks like Nat Van Coverdon has taken the lead, and Lotte Wilms is
slotted back.
Slotted back in. She's probably like, I've done my job for the part of the swim. Now it's someone else's turn to lead, and Natalie has taken up the reins.
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's Lotte there, and
Marta Sanchez as well in red. Hannah DeVet is in that group as well.
Yep. And then Iagna Pratt from Italy is in there as well. So, and then after that, it looks like a bit of a gap down to Audrey Millet at 22 seconds behind. So yeah, definitely that you know, that top handful of athletes do have a bit of an advantage. And we're going to see what Lotte Wilms had to say earlier this week.
We arrived, I think, 12 days ago, so we had a good look at the courses. So yeah, feel good, happy. Well, I've been visualizing the turns for the last week, so hopefully that's enough to not getting lost with, I don't know, 8, 9 turns in this swim course. So yeah, it's something different, so we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, visualizing the swim course over and over again, checking it, you know, 50 times, I'm sure, before they went to bed last night. That's all they had in their minds, making sure, you know, it can easily go when the buoys are that close together and sighting is tough with sun in your eyes or water in your eyes. You know, it looks easy from a spectator's point of view, but when you're in the water and you have that salt water in your eyes and again, the sun and everything, sometimes it can get a little confusing, but so far it seems like no one's getting lost. So the organisers have done a really great job of getting the 1.9 kilometres in this small harbour.
Yeah, absolutely. And when you've only got a split second to sight and make minor adjustments, sometimes it's easy to look for landmarks at other races. You know, you're going to say to yourself, oh, I'm going to swim to that big patch of trees there. But here it's because you're doing so many lefts and rights and, you know, 180-degree turns, it's very difficult to navigate. But it looks like both the men and the women have done that without any drama as they approach that swim exit now. Natalie Van Coverdon in the lead.
Yeah, it looks like Natalie will be the first into Ruby T1. But a good group of about 6 ladies together.
And roughly 24 minutes for the swim, so a little bit behind Lucy Charles's swim course record, but you know, that's probably a record that might stand for a long time.
And I think the orange cap might have been Stephanie Clutterbuck. Stephanie's had some health issues in the past couple of races, but yes, 24:15. The Experience Oman first out of the water, Natalie Van Coverdon.
As the women make that 300-metre or so run to their bikes. That's Fenella Langridge there. Great swim for her. She's obviously feeling good after Hamburg 2 weeks ago. But it's often the bike and run that you know, does most of the damage. So we'll see how it goes for the bike. But yeah, this group looking pretty good, and they did have that 20 seconds or so advantage.
Yeah, we'll see what the split is, and of course, where is Kat Matthews? That's going to be the question on these ladies' lips. Audrey Muller as well was 50 seconds out, so she was the one that we just saw a moment ago getting out of the water. It looks like she's all alone in 7th.
Not the best spot to be. You generally want to be out with company, but she might be able to bridge up, you know, 50-ish seconds, but only, you know, 45 seconds to that to the back end of that group. So she can have a quick transition and an aggressive start of the bike. She could make contact with that group there. And we're going to throw down to Tim, who is waiting for the women at their bikes.
He did.
Fenella.
Yeah. Wow, Fenella has taken the lead here. They're 6th. You can see they're running quite slow relative to the men because it's such a long run. The big question here will be who's going to put socks on. This is a great group here. Natalie's had a great swim, so's Lena. Lottie Wilms she was on the front there. It was well worth pushing that swim. They want the gaps. Oh, it's such a bumpy transition there. You can see Lena fell over there, putting their wetsuits away. About 90 seconds I'm hearing from the crowd, but I'm not sure if that's right. You can see how the urgency here is really, really quick. Visors are coming off. Look at that. Fenella doing what she does best. Lena. These girls will not be working together. They will be looking to get up to pace. Hannah DeVet's been riding so well. Aix-en-Provence, she led that bike for the first 40, 50K until she got caught. Here we go. Who've we got? Audrey's coming out here now. She's on her own. Last weekend, she raced what we call a French Grand Prix, a sprint race where she finished 5th. So she's certainly running very well. We know she rides well. She'll be tagging onto the back of that group after 15, 20 kilometres. Now there's someone else coming I can see in the distance, but there's no big packs like we saw that steady stream of the men's race. As I said, the wind is picking up. The clouds are clearing. Yesterday we had a big downpour of rain, and I think that's why it's so humid here. Got 1 minute 48 to Kat Matthews from the lead. She won't be worried about that. The way she rides, she'll like to be on her own. She can ride to her power, her numbers. I'm sure there's a pacing strategy there from her coaching team. You can see Kat Matthews coming now. 2 athletes and then Kat. So important, this transition, as Sam was saying. It's quite frantic in a 70.3 of nearly 4 hours. The transition can really make or break in your mind, but in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't. Kat looks calm, she looks collective. If she's in a big build, she rode the course 48 hours ago, the whole 90 kilometres, so she's definitely taking this. You know, she wants to come here to get the points, get the dub, but she's still got a while to go. Helmets on, numbers on, F1. Gosh, she's so diligent, very definite movements. There's no urgency. It's just smooth is fast, as they say. Oh, she looks excited to get on that bike. Guys, I'm going to throw it to you at the front of the race.
That's a phenomenal swim from Kat Matthews. Only 148 down from the lead out of the swim. And yeah, as Tim said, super cool, calm and collected. Got the job done in Ruby T1, and she is now out onto the Zoot bike course, or almost onto the Zoot bike. It's a pretty long transition here, actually, for the, you know, off the swim and also out onto the bike. But Kat Matthews will be loving this because there's 2 turnarounds at 30 kilometers and 38 kilometers. So I bet she'll be probably have closed the gap by that first turnaround. Typically, she does get to the front in the first 30 or 40 kilometers, and in Ironman New Zealand, I think it was 30 Ks, and the gap was much bigger there, and that was to Lotte Wilms as well. So Kat Matthews, again, she's in a build. She's racing Roth in 2 weeks, and she added this race sort of as a second or a, plan B, because, when Ironman Texas went awry with the flat tires and she wasn't able to get, that fixed, she decided to add this race to still be in contention for the Pro Series. So she's not going to be able to get max points because obviously you need an Ironman. So she'll score 3 70.3s in 2 Ironman races. We're going to take a quick look at the Ruby fastest T1 times and see who was flying through there. Bessig from Switzerland, 2:58. Merle from France was 3:03, and Lena Meissner from Germany was 3:04 in T1.
Yeah, I think Kat Matthews will be absolutely ecstatic with that. 1:48. I think we postulated that she'd be happy with 3 minutes, so she's absolutely smashed that, what we thought. And 1:48, she'll get that information at that turnaround, like you said, and I think she'll be thrilled with that time gap. Danny, what do you think? Do you think Kat's in the box seat? This is looking pretty good for her at the moment.
Yeah, I think 1:48.7 or 1:47 is a very good swim for her. It's not a big gap for her. I think she will really use that bike to also test her legs. As you said, she's using this race on the lead and to get the points. And I think that can be a risk. Sometimes when you train through, your legs might not take, might not feel like you have the power, but it can also be really good. And I think Kat is an athlete. She can train through races. She's done it before, and I think she's going to, really test her legs today. Possibly around 30K. She can now catch the others. I think it's also mentally a good way. You really can work towards catching the front group, and that can be very motivating as well.
Yeah, thanks, Danny. Hey, we just got an update from T1, Ruby T1, and Katrine Christensen got a penalty. She picked up her bike before snapping her helmet, so she had a 30-second stand-down penalty. Katrine Christensen got 3rd in Hamburg just 2 weeks ago. Had a great swim, actually. She was, typically is not the strongest in the swim, but she wasn't too bad, around 3:30 down, I believe, but added another 30 seconds. Unfortunately, in transition. So, yeah, just more work cut out for her after that unfortunate, just a little mistake in T1. But this is Marta Sanchez in the giraffe kit. That's her spirit animal, and she's looking super aggressive as always on the bike.
Yeah, she looks great. Just really dialed. Position looks phenomenal. Very aero, and I love the colours. It makes it easy for us as well to pick them out. And she's flying those giraffe colours. And that's Valdemir Solok in the lead here for the men. And he's a local. Well, I'm not sure if he's local, but he is from Denmark. So he'll be. He'll have the country behind him, but he's had some great rides lately. Phenomenal rider, and he's obviously feeling quite good today. He's gone to the front. A couple of guys have been able to go with him as well, but he's looking great out there. Again, great looking bike, dialed on the bike, and just looking smooth.
Yeah, just recently at Samarin, the championship, he was 2nd behind Harry Palmer, but got a gap out of the swim, and it built up a minute on the rest of the field on the bike. So very strong. We caught up with Valdemir before the race. We're gonna have a listen to what he had to say.
Yeah, I think it quite suits me actually. It's quite flat, like with a little bit of rolling hills, and then some, I wouldn't call it like technical sections, but you have to know where you're going, and then you can take them quite fast. So I think, some of my strengths is probably the aerodynamics. So I think that I might be able to go quite fast tomorrow, hopefully. I think there's quite a bit in actually sort of, what do you call it, like distributing your watts so you don't do it like perfectly even, but you push a little bit more up the hills to gain the speed, and then a little bit less on the downhills. And then yeah, it might be a bad advice, but like trust the bike, because the corners aren't that sharp, but the bike can really handle quite high speeds. So yeah, like when you're used to it, I think a lot of us from Denmark are used to that kind of riding. So for us, it shouldn't be that bad, but there might be a chance that some of the guys from the other countries aren't that familiar with that kind of riding.
Yeah, phenomenal biker. And you see him on screen right now, cruising. He was second in Samarin, second at another challenge race. Sorry, first in another challenge race a month ago. And he was 24th in Oceanside, so didn't have the best race in Oceanside. Doesn't look like he biked as well as he has found some great legs right now. And in the last month, 63rd at 70.3 world champs last year. So definitely on the up and up, a young talent to watch for the future.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like, yeah, a bit of an up and down last year or so. But yeah, I think obviously quite young and finding his way. And he is looking good at a home race in Denmark as well. Didn't have to travel too far. Sometimes, you know, you mentioned 24th in Oceanside, and sometimes traveling to a different country, new time zones, yeah, unfamiliar surrounds, it can just knock you off 5%. And that's all it takes to be racing at 95%, and you're, you know, further down the field than you would have liked. So, yeah, he's probably enjoying the comforts of racing in his own country, and maybe even slept in his own bed, you know, on race week, which is always a treat.
Absolutely. I know you tended to race well here in Boulder, Sam, rolling out of your own bedroom and down to the res. So definitely nice to race on home soil, nice to have home support and just all your normal comforts. And we're back seeing some of the other women hopping out of the swim now and onto the bike. Some of the last women through Ruby T1. And I'm just looking through at 9 kilometers at the 9 kilometer split, and Kyle Smith's about 1:28 back from the lead. So uncharacteristically poor swim from Kyle Smith. We expected him to be one of the aggressors in the front. I'm not sure if he got mixed up in at the start of the race. There was maybe a jet ski that was sort of in the way for a couple of the athletes. But yeah, I was surprised to see him. He is a phenomenal cyclist. We saw him in Ironman New Zealand just ride away right from the field in the first 90 kilometers, and then he sort of started to slowly get caught in the second lap out in that bike, but very, very strong over 90 kilometers, and expect him to sort of move through. But again, then you have Valdemir Solik and Hannes Butters and Jamie Riddle and Martin van Riel. So, you know, you kind of expect him to ride up, but you also realize there's some very, very strong men at the front of this race, and that pace is going to be hot.
Yeah, you might see him ride through a few athletes, but yeah, guys like Jamie Riddle, Valdemir Solik, Martin van Riel, they're not going to wait around, and these guys are some of the best riders in the sport, and Kyle is as well. But, you know, when you're putting those two against each other, it can be hard to make inroads. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Kyle make up a couple of positions, but yeah, probably not the swim that he would have wanted. He does have a great swimming background, so yeah, obviously something has happened in the swim, or maybe you just got caught up around one of the turning buoys, or maybe you just didn't feel that great in the swim today. But you know, sometimes a slower start and you can build into the race is not always the worst.
And we have Lotte Wilms taking the lead now from Marta Sanchez. Both of these ladies were out of the swim together. We'll throw it over to you, Daniela. What are your thoughts so far on the race?
Yeah, I think when I look at Marta Sanchez, it looks like it's a little bit windy. I don't know. She just looked like she was blown off. Sometimes when, you know, it can happen when you have these blocks where suddenly the wind comes after. So, but I think, yeah, Lotte Wilms looks really strong. Definitely not an easy one for Kat Matthews to catch up. So I think she's, yeah, really pushing hard. And Marta Sanchez as well is a strong rider. So they will be interested to work together and really try to make sure the gap is not closing. At the moment, we are looking, if we look at the splits, Kat Matthews seems to be 2:05 back, if this is correct, at kilometer 4. So from what I see, she didn't make up time yet, but this timing could be wrong. I'm not exactly sure. But yeah, I think also in the men's, as we talked about Cal Smith, he seemed also in the pre-interviews a little bit unsure what he can do. So that can also definitely have an impact on, you know, the confidence is important, and hopefully he can get his legs on the bike now. And as are we? Yeah, I think. What do you guys think? I think definitely everything is still open, and it's very early stages.
Oh yeah, absolutely. 4 kilometers into the bike. Yeah, it does look like Kat Matthews has lost a few seconds, but maybe she's taking her time to get her legs warmed up. Tim did say she rode the whole course just 2 days ago. And we're back with Vladimir Solok leading the men's race.
He looks like he's stringing that out. Someone is going with him. I'm not sure who that is, but I couldn't see.
Martin Van Riel.
It was Martin Van Riel.
Yeah, it looks like Martin Van Riel is behind him, and then Hannes Butters behind him. But I think Vladimir is asking the biker to just move away. Give me some space. Yep. And these are tight roads. Some of these European roads are fairly tight, so...
Yep, and sometimes you want to pick your own line, right? You want to pick the smoothest part of the road. You want to pick the fastest tangent around corners and things. So, yeah, perhaps just mentioning, hey, just give me a bit of space here. But, yeah, if that is Martin in second, which it looks like it is, he's probably loving this, you know, having someone to...
Set the pace.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and just, like, kind of follow. It does look like Martin Van Riel in the Red Bull hat, and that definitely is how he looks on a bike. So I'm going to say Martin Van Riel sitting in second, and they have created some separation now from the rest of the guys. And so it does look like there are some moves happening already this early in the bike. Martin Van Riel able to go with the only one so far, able to go with Vladimir Solok. We're still early days. They're at 13 kilometers. The women have just passed the 4 kilometer mark, so lots of racing yet to come as they are all out now on the Zoot bike course. More to come.
And there it is, the Ironman World Champion.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
Ironman 70.3 Elsinore is brought to you by Oman. Beauty has an address. Endurance has a destination. Experience Oman. And Roka. Find faster with a Roka. And this is the lead duo on the bike so far. Martin Van Riel now taking his turn on the front. Vladimir Solok relegated to second on the road, and we believe they have a little bit of a gap. We saw them looking over their shoulder at the last turn. I think Martin Van Riel realizing there is a little bit of a gap there and I think pushing it now to try and create separation between himself and Valdemir and the rest of the field.
Yeah, it looks like they're both eager to work together and establish that lead, and it's yeah, in both of their benefits. If they can keep getting that advantage and building that up over the course of the bike, they can make this a race between the two of them, which is ideal. Yeah, interesting that Martin did put socks on, and they're not, doesn't look to be aerodynamic socks either, so he did spend that time, but you know, I'm sure Martin knows better than I do, but we did catch up with Martin before the race in a Fighting Chance series, so let's see what he had to say pre-race.
155 is like my max heart rate. Like, I haven't seen any heart rate higher than like well, even 150 is very uncommon, like the past 12 months.
Back to racing the 70.3. It's almost a year to the day, pretty much. It's the end of this month where you race your last 70.3.
Yeah, I feel like I'm always leaving it up to the cut to secure a 70.3 World Champs slot. I think last year I did 70.3 Nice, which was like the last opportunity to qualify, and here it's, well, actually for men, I think it's also the last. I think they have Mont Tremblant as well in Canada. Yeah, there's some pressure there, you know, like first off, obviously I want to score good points for the Pro Series, but then also, like, if I don't finish top 3, that Pro Series is in jeopardy already because I won't be qualified for Nice. So that's not an ideal situation. It's for sure something I will have to like plan maybe better next year, you know. But yeah, like we talked about the situation. Normally I was gonna do Oceanside or planning to do Oceanside, but that just came too early with having taken the whole of January off. So yeah, here we are now, and there is quite a lot of things for me personally on the line here. So that makes it extra exciting, I think.
I was just looking at your stats. Do you know how many 70.3s you've done in total?
4 or 5?
5. Do you know how many you've won?
Yeah, I don't want that pressure though. Yeah, we're still 5 for 5, but we see if we can keep that streak going.
Thank you to Martin van Riel and a Fighting Chance presented by Precision Fuel and Hydration. For more, watch short AFC episodes on Instagram at Ironman Tri and our Ironman Triathlon YouTube channel. Yeah, so a good start to the day, even with putting those socks on in transition. Still had a quick transition, actually. It didn't slow him down one bit, and now leading the race. So Valdemar Solok sitting behind him, and the men are already through 18 kilometers of this bike. It goes quick, doesn't it?
It does, yep. And you can see Hannah de Vet there on the right side of the screen. She might be leading the women. It did look like she was going to the front, and she had an excellent, phenomenal ride in Aix-en-Provence about a month ago, and she's also gesturing to the motorbike like Valdemir Solok. Maybe
give her a little more space.
Yeah, wants some space as well. So good to see the athletes, yeah, trying to get the media not affecting the race. But yeah, Hannah de Vet looks great on a bike. Very, very comfortable aero position.
It's rock solid, just like super steady and strong.
Yep, and coached by her partner Hayden Wild as well, a name that some people may recognise.
If you don't recognise, then you probably don't follow triathlon too closely.
Yep, exactly. And it does look like she's in the lead.
Talent. Yeah. One athlete that I've been watching, Audrey Miller, she's only 32 seconds back. She's making inroads on the front, ladies. Kat Matthews now sitting at 1:58, so Kat riding just a smidge quicker than the front runners in the race today. Again, she'll be comfortable with that gap, I would think. But Audrey Miller seems to be, I think she was around 48 seconds out of the water behind, so she's slowly making inroads on the ladies ahead of her.
Yeah, yeah, and that's great to see because, yeah, Audrey's a great runner as well. She was third at Oceanside with a great run, so yeah, she's on land now and making inroads to the front. It looks like this is the men's chase pack, I think. And back to the women. I think that might be Steph Clutterbuck, I think. Yes.
Yes. So we have Steph Clutterbuck on screen. Steph started Ironman New Zealand and had some dizzy spells in the swim, and ended up ending her day early. So hopefully, no worries for Steph in today's race.
Yeah, I think it's been a bit of an ongoing problem that she's having, particularly in the swim. So now that she's out of the swim, it looks like she might have those under control, which is great to see because, yeah, you don't want to see those difficulties or health concerns happening in the water. And, yeah, now she's out on the bike looking strong.
Although I think she was a little ways behind out of the water, so she maybe did. I mean, we historically expect to see Steph in the front. So I don't know if the timing is correct, but I did think I saw her come through transition with the lead. But I think she is a ways back. And so she may have had some issues again on the swim, which is such a bummer because Steph is such a great character. But again, great to see her out there pushing on, doing what she can, and troubleshooting this issue that she's been having.
Yeah, 100%. And every race I started, my first goal was get to the finish line, right? That's, you know, sometimes you just want to break it down into smaller bite-sized pieces, and it looks like Steph's doing that.
Yes, and we will roll up through the field and see where all the main players are. Hannah DeVette still pushing hard at the front. She was phenomenal in Aix-en-Provence as well. Marjolaine Pierre ended up taking the lead in that race, going around her, and I think she just missed out on a knee slot there, so really gunning for a knee slot. She hammered the bike. Marjolaine just phenomenal on courses like that where there's a lot of hills. Marjolaine was phenomenal again, actually, in Hamburg. So just, you know, a phenomenal streak of racing for Marjolaine Pierre, but again, Hannah DeVette, super strong on the bike, and we were able to catch up with Hannah DeVette with a fighting chance presented by Precision Fuel and Hydration. It's our race week series that takes you behind the scenes with the top pros. Let's take a listen to Hannah DeVette's.
The coach, well, he told me try to keep it a bit more easier on the bike, but I'm just gonna try to race smart, but also just race with my heart. Probably not listening too much to the coach, to be honest.
Just remind us who your coach is.
Ain't a while.
This is your weekend retreat?
Yeah.
Flew into Copenhagen and then drove up from the airport there?
Yeah, it was like 40 minutes or something, so not too bad. My body was definitely quite fatigued, so it took me a while to get back into training mode for 2 weeks. Yeah, I was actually for a very long time in podium contention. I think with 3K to go, the legs kind of started to fade away. I think actually, honestly, I was actually very pleased about that race. I feel good for the weekend. Like, I'm excited to race.
So you're gonna go for the slot then?
Well, it's the main, like, let's say it's the main goal, but the main goal is also just to race hard, and wherever I finish, hopefully that just gives me the slot. So I haven't really looked at the list honestly to see who's qualified and who not. I'm not sure if I really want to be thinking about that during the race. I just think as long as I go full gas until the end, like, it is what it is. Like, if I do have it, like, that would be great, but if I don't have it, like, yeah, there's nothing else I could have done. So I just like to race hard. Probably every race you see me finishing, I'm kind of knocked out. So most of the time there is nothing else I could do than just race hard.
Thanks to Hannah DeVette and a fighting chance presented by Precision Fuel and Hydration. For more, watch short AFC episodes on Instagram at Ironman Try and our Ironman Triathlon YouTube channel. And Hannah, she likes that front. So that front place is very reminiscent of what we saw in Aix-en-Provence 5 weeks ago. She said it took her a few weeks to get back into training after that performance. And yeah, it sometimes does. Sometimes it takes it out of you. So other days you kind of bounce back real quickly. But I know a couple of athletes did Aix-en-Provence and then headed over to Hamburg 3 weeks later and raced the Ironman there. And then a few other athletes did the Hamburg into Elsinore double, which is even more impressive. But 5 weeks in between races is a good amount of time. I always felt like I would like to, once the season rolled, 5 weeks was kind of perfect. You could have like a week after the race to sort of recover, and then a 3-week really good training block, and then sort of that, 1 week to sort of taper into your race. And I'm gonna look at, oh yes, I just wanted to see that corner. She was coming in hot there. Sometimes they come in super hot, and but I did want to chat about a city that everybody's been talking a lot about this past week. Chattanooga, the 70.3 World Champs, was announced in Chattanooga for 2027, but another race in Chattanooga is Ironman Chattanooga, and it's waiting for you to conquer the ultimate test of endurance. Race in this special hub for endurance sports with an award-winning swim course, a passionate host community, and of course, the history and legacy of the scenic city. Don't miss your chance to secure a spot at Ironman Chattanooga and take this iconic course on September 22nd. Register today and get ready to experience a race that's as legendary as the city itself.
It's a great race, that one in Chattanooga, and I think when the 70.3 World Championships were there in 2016, did you win that year, Danny? I think.
She probably doesn't remember. She won so many.
Yeah, 17, I think it was 17. Yeah, I do remember. Of course I do. Yeah, it's a great race. Tough swim. Remember, actually, I remember before the swim, I was having some back issues with the nerves, and the swim was quite cold, so I was really afraid, and it was without wetsuit, so it was just on that line. And then, yeah, the bike is absolutely. So the swim is very technical, also with a bit of a current. So I think for a good swimmer is a bit of a benefit. And then the bike course is absolutely stunning, beautiful countrysides and bit of hills. So definitely like that as well. So yeah, it's a stunning course, and definitely have good memories to that. Yeah.
Absolutely, and some more memories to be made next year, 2027, August 2027. That 70.3 World Champs, and we're with, I think that's Lotte Wilms. And I think Lena Meissner is right behind her. It looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Audrey Miller might have caught up. Or maybe that's Natalie Van Koveden in the back there. But
yeah, they're all spread out by 4 or 5 seconds or so. So it looks like that group may be about 20 to 25 seconds long. And when they're all spaced out at that 20 meters, that sounds about right. But yeah, that's Lottie Wilms there on screen. And it looks like she might be following Hannah DeVet's wheel.
Yeah, I don't know if there's been separation between those two. It doesn't, on the timing, it doesn't look like it, but the angle of that camera makes me think that maybe Hannah DeVet's snuck away a little bit, but still, it's a good group of 6 riding together at the front. And Audrey Millet is around 23 seconds back, so she probably is at the back of this pack now, so I think it's probably going to be 7. Kat Matthews is at 2 minutes, so Kat's really just hovering around that same time from this lead group of 7.
Yeah, and they'll all get information when they reach that 30-kilometre mark where they do that out and back section, so they'll get some information on where the chasers are. And Kat probably knows that she's around 2 minutes down. She would have got some information out of the water. But these women might not know how close Kat is, so they'll go to that turnaround, they'll see Kat, and it might force them to lift the pace a little bit. It'll be interesting to see what they do, but yeah, that group looks like it's working well together.
Yeah, just talk a little bit about working together and, the drafting zone, so the area between athletes used to be 12 meters, and this year they've moved out to 20 meters. But there still is a benefit in being in a group, Sam.
Yeah, 100%. I think a big mental benefit as well, just having that camaraderie out there, I guess. And I think even at 20 meters, there might still be a slight draft benefit. But yeah, I think when you're riding with a group and you're riding well and rolling through turns and things like that, it's more of a psychological benefit. But yeah, it looks like these women are all riding fairly, and they went through that aid station. I saw a few grab bottles, but it looks like they're all keeping that nice safe distance, which is good. And with the race ranger, it kind of gives us a lot more information as well as to how close we can sit legally to each other. And I think this is Jeremy McLean,
yep.
And he looks like he is moving up. And yeah, like I said at the beginning of the race, he won Ironman 70.3 Chattanooga. We were just talking about it a few months ago. Or maybe even a month ago, and he rode off the front. He rode away from, guys like Sam Long and Ari Clow and some big names in the US racing scene. So he's definitely one to watch on the bike, and it looks like he is making some inroads.
He's sitting around 3 minutes back at this point. He's moved up to 18th place. So 3 minutes back right now, but again, if you're riding away from Superman Sam Long, then you have some good bike legs.
Yeah,
I think,
absolutely.
And he's a young talent too, and younger guy in his early 20s, and so we expect to just see more and more of him in the years to come.
Yeah.
Really, just starting out his career.
And it looks like, he's bringing a few people with him, or some people trying to follow the power. But we'll see as the race unfolds if he can make inroads. But when you're chasing guys like Martin Van Riel and Valdemir Solik, it was kind of like what we were talking about with Kyle Smith, right? You can be moving through the field, but maybe not necessarily making time on the front of the race. So
yeah, speaking of Kyle Smith, he's up to 7th place now, but still just over 2 minutes back from the lead. So as you said, as you predicted, Sam, he would move past some of the athletes, but still. But he's in good company. He's with Ben Fay, Christian Hogenhaug, and so that's sort of a pack of Ivan Abel as well, and Pierre Dupuis, also Emile Holm, and Matthew Collins. So there's a pretty sizable group there, from 2 minutes back to sort of 2:30. There's probably about 10 men.
Yeah, and Christian Hogenhaug on the front of that group, a phenomenal cyclist as well, and more known for the full Ironman distance, but yeah, obviously still strong over the 70.3 as well, particularly on the bike. So yeah, Kyle Smith in good company there, and that group working well together. And yeah, it doesn't take much for that. Someone to falter in that front handful of guys, and there is 3 Nice slots, so yeah, it's still wide open here. As we get Valdemir Solik, he's moved back to the front. Martin Van Riel slotting in behind, but yeah, it looks like these guys are working well together. You can see there on the back, no race ranger lights, so Martin Van Riel is sitting further than 25 meters behind. I think the light, the light comes on, so he's now come into that 25 meter zone, so still riding legal. It's only when it turns blue and then flashes red that you have to initiate the pass there. So yeah,
so he's sitting right at 25 meters, so making sure he's super clean. I think that's the safe zone, right, in the orange.
Yeah, you don't want to play with fire. You don't want to be seeing blue the whole time, because then if something does happen, you make a little, not a mistake, but if the rider in front of you slows down for a hill or a corner and then you're in the red, you're obligated to make that pass. So sitting in the orange, I think, is the perfect spot, and then you've got a bit of wiggle room. It turns blue before turning to red. So yeah, Martin playing it smart, not wanting to risk any penalties, and yeah, he's probably feeling pretty good right now, especially with his run pedigree. He is definitely probably pretty happy to be sharing the workload there with Valdemir Solik.
Yeah, and we're rolling along right now with Katrine Christensen. She's in 12th place, and she did have that stand-down 30-second penalty in T1, but she's made up a little bit of time, and you can see she's riding very well at 3:19 down from the lead right now. But we caught up with Katrine Christensen before the race, and let's have a listen to what she had to say.
it's my first time here and my first time riding this bike course, but it's just similar to home, so it's really familiar for me. I love like these small roads and all these small villages we are going through, and it's just a cool and beautiful course, and I'm looking forward to see how fast we can go on Sunday. Yeah, I'm definitely all in. Let's see how the body recovers from Hamburg, but I'm definitely trying to go hard on the bike and then see if I can hold it to the finish line, and go for the fastest bike split. It's always a good goal for me.
Yeah, Katrine had a phenomenal day in Hamburg. New PB run. She ran a 1:45. That's historically a fast course, but always incredible to see how fast these ladies are running. And she actually biked her way most of the way through the field. We had Marjolaine Pierre get off the bike first, and then our defending Ironman world champ Solveig Lovseth second. I believe Katrine was soon after that as well, so had a phenomenal race there, and just so impressive to see her backing it up here just 2 weeks later. She also raced in Ironman South Africa earlier this year and had a mechanical, and it took 15 minutes to remedy the mechanical, and she ended up in second place at the end of the day, and it was around 15 minutes behind the lead, so what could have been possibly a win there as well. So just coming out with a phenomenal year so far. But we're back with Lotte Wilms, and she is up in the front of this race at the moment. But I'm looking down, and Kat Matthews is starting to make some inroads. She's now at 150 back, so Kat sort of was dangling it. You know, I think she got out of the water 148, lost 10, 15 seconds, and now she's sort of starting to find her legs. And again, she's added this race in last minute because she is vying for a podium spot in the Ironman Pro Series. Of course, she didn't finish Ironman Texas, and since she's racing Roth this year, adding another Ironman into the mix would just be too much. And so she decided to add another 70.3. So she'll get 3 70.3 scores and 2 Ironman scores. So probably not enough to win the series, but possibly could contend for a podium in the series, which is still a lot of money. Second place is $130,000. The last 2 years, she's picked up 200 grand, which is amazing. And totally has been a game changer for Ironman, just having that Pro Series and more opportunity to race. Sorry, Lotte's in second. I think Hannah DeVet's still leading, but yeah, Kat Matthews using this race as a last hit out before Roth, and also an opportunity. Actually, I think that's one of the pro men that Lottie might be catching. But using this as a hit out before Roth, and adding to that score to see what she can do for the Pro Series.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you said, a podium is nothing to be sniffed at, $130,000. I wouldn't mind that injection for sure. And she has a perfect score from she got a win at Ironman New Zealand and then a win at Ironman Geelong. So she has the maximum score from those 2 races. An unfortunate DNF at Texas due to a mechanical. But yeah, I think it's just too late in the season for her to throw in another third Ironman for the series. So looking to maximise with this 70.3s, and I think she's doing great. And obviously, winning it the last 2 years, she probably came into this year wanting to win it again. But like you said, Rinny, second or third is nothing to be sniffed at.
No way. And that's Simon Vian. He's in 17th place at the moment. That's M15. We have Vladimir Solok on the left and Simon Vian on the right. Danny, what do you think of Kat's positioning, or the plan to add in a 70.3 to try and vie for the series?
Yeah, I think it's a bit too early to judge yet. I think it could be very possible that she's kind of building into it. We will see in the next maybe 20 kilometers if she can start closing that gap. But as we're looking at Simon Vien, he's a very strong runner. He's also yeah, trying to get that, bridge that gap a bit. Athlete from France, on his interesting cockpit decision. Normally athletes, most of the pro athletes have these 3D printed cockpits now. He seems to chose a lighter version maybe, but also not sure on the aerodynamics. As we're looking at Kat here, she's definitely very dialed in now, looking great, very aero, and also from her face expression, working quite hard now. So she definitely now is going for it. She probably also got the splits 2 minutes back, and she knows, of course, she's a super strong runner as well, but I'm sure she will also want to close that gap in the next, let's say, 30 kilometers. So yeah, she's going for it, taking some nutrition here as the athletes have the drinks just in between their arms, very aero way to drink these days, so you don't really have to get out of the TT position at all anymore.
Yeah, she is grimacing a little bit, Kat, isn't she? But she does race like that, and she's obviously putting in quite a bit of work. And we caught up with Kat, and she's talking about the bike. So we're going to hear what Kat had to say before the race.
I rode it all yesterday, so I am really looking forward to the tarmac. So smooth, so nice. Even just like little things like the cornering, like really smooth. I think it's going to be fast because of just the environment, but also the tarmac. There are those 2 dead turns, but they're quite early, so I'm quite excited by that. Like I think it's like 20 or 30k, like the 2 turnarounds. So for me, early on in the bike is a really nice way of being like, okay, that's my target. And who knows, I might be near the front already at that point. So that would be like, come on, that can be a good like get there first kind of thing. Couple of little kickers. I'm really looking forward to the rolling element of it. Yeah, very broken up. Really excited.
And actually, Kat's approaching that first turnaround. It's at 30 kilometers. I think it's 30 and 38 kilometers. So we were seeing on screen a moment ago, she was seeing some of the pro men come back. The women have not yet hit that 30 kilometers. So she'll get a good gauge for where she's at that point. She'll be able to start her computer or look at the time on her computer and sort of time how long it takes her to get to the turnaround and get a good idea or a good gauge of how far ahead they are. And she's still hovering right around 2 minutes. At 27 kilometers, it was back at 2:01, so she was at 1:50. She seems to be kind of bouncing around that area. And again, Hannah de Vet, Lotte Wilms are sort of taking turns, and they're some of the best bikers in our sport. Last time Kat raced Lotte was Ironman New Zealand, different race, different distance, but Kat was able to bridge the gap within 30 kilometers there. Again, Kat has added this race and is coming in with probably tired legs. She's sort of in the back of a training block, and she'll use this as her last probably big hit out before she rests up for her full distance in Roth in 2 weeks. So, yeah, I mean, as Danny said, I think it's sort of too early to know, but Kat, maybe she doesn't have her bike legs how she usually has them today, but sometimes you have one or the other. And, she is a phenomenal runner, and of the women ahead of her, Audrey Meal is a danger, but I think she probably is, and Natalie Van Coverdon as well. So there are some very good runners ahead of her. She'll not be sitting too comfortably knowing they're ahead of her, but still her job here is to get maximum points. I know she publicly said she wanted, that 2,500, of course, and I think, she has every right to say that, she's gunning for the win, but yeah, it's a little different when you come in on some tired legs. So we'll see if she can, build into this race, and I'd almost put money on it that we'll see her sort of, legs come good at the end of this race.
Yeah, I think so, and we're going to see that pass on the other side of the road soon. Kat will get that information, and this lead group of women will get information back to Kat as well. And sometimes when you're riding by yourself, it can go one of 2 ways. Sometimes when you're by yourself, you actually ride better because you're riding your own pace, your own rhythm, your own power. You can ride the course kind of to your liking. When you're with a group, you're often getting the power and effort dictated to you by the group, and sometimes it's not as smooth or as yeah, I guess not your own power. You're just trying to stay with the group, and sometimes that can force you to push harder than you want in certain aspects. So yeah, Kat might be quite happy just, you know, hovering around that 2 minutes. And yeah, like you said, Rinny, phenomenal runner. So I'm sure she's not panicking just yet.
Yeah, and the front women just hit that 30-kilometre mark. Hannah DeVet in the lead. And Lotte Wilms right behind her. Lena Meissner, Marta Sanchez, Audrey Miller is right in that front group. Valdemar Solok still leads the men's race with Martin Van Riel hot on his heels. Lots of racing to come.
Life is a road full of forks, hills, dips, and roundabouts. And while we don't always know where we're going, we'd like to think of our road as a pursuit of progress. And the further we go, the more we realize that a better tomorrow starts with a better today. Athletic Brewing Company, non-alcoholic beer that's fit for all times.
Ironman is the journey of a lifetime that begins long before race day. Life is busy and time is precious, but we need to stay on course. We ride, we practice, we improve, then we do it again. So when the day arrives, we are ready, and every one of us crosses that finish line to hear the words, "You are an Ironman." Get race day ready with Ruvi and practice on your course in advance.
Ironman 70.3 Elsinore is brought to you by Precision Hydration. Perform at your best with precision fuel and hydration. And by Zoot, the original triathlon brand, delivering comfort, speed, and performance since 1983. Valdemar still leads the charge on the men's side, but this is actually Jeremy McLean on screen right now, the young talent who just won 70.3 in Chattanooga. Young US athlete, born in the UK. He's a dual citizen, races for the US.
And he's not necessarily making inroads to the front of the race to Martin Van Riel and Valdemar Solok, but he is reeling in quite a few of the people in between that. So yeah, he is making some moves, but not necessarily on the front of the race. But yeah, great riding by Jeremy.
Yeah, and another one of our hot favorites from the start of the race, Kyle Smith, is down at 3:05 behind the lead. So kind of an uncharacteristic bike for him. You kind of expect him to be moving through a little quicker, but it doesn't seem like he has the leg power or the bike power today to do that. But he does have Jerry McLean like 17 seconds behind, so maybe he'll be able to use him as motivation and sort of team up and try to move back through the field. But Kyle Smith, one of the athletes looking for a nice spot, and again, there's only 3 here on offer.
Yeah, and it's not necessarily going his way. He was quite open leading into this race about how he hadn't been training the best in the last few weeks and months. So yeah, unfortunately, it looks like yeah, the race is not playing out as he would want, and that's a shame because you know, Kyle is a great athlete and we know how good he can be when he's at his best. So yeah, to see him not racing at his best is yeah, disappointing, and I'm sure very disappointing for him as well.
There he is.
Yep.
I believe.
As Jeremy catches him, probably gives him some words of encouragement, says, "Jump on, mate. We're going to the front."
Hitch your wagon to this horse.
Yep.
We'll head to the front. No, he sort of shook his head there, Kyle Smith. So
Yeah, not the best body language, is it? When
No,
you're shaking
and
your head?
he's seen the leaders, so the men are at 42 kilometres now, so they've gone through those two out and back sections at 30 and 38 kilometres, so he knows exactly where he is and where the main players are. And yeah, it's not the story he was hoping to have play out so far, but again, still halfway left on the run. But we're going to have a look at the AG1 supplemental stats for Jeremy McLean. At 40 kilometres, he was averaging 43.7 kilometres per hour. So, pretty quick.
Yep.
Yeah.
And he is basically riding very similar to the front of the race. That deficit is hovering around that 3 minutes, which it has been for the last little while. So he is riding at a similar speed to the front of the race. So great riding by Jeremy. As we see Martin van Riel overtake Valdemir Solok, and it looks like those guys are working really well together. And they've established quite a lead, over a minute back to Jamie Riddle, 75 seconds back to Jamie Riddle, and Hannes Butters in a minute 16 behind. And then following that is Christian Hogenhaag at 2 minutes and 26 seconds with Ben Fay and Pierre Dupois.
Yeah, I mean, it was so interesting to see that moment in the opening kilometres of the bike where Valdemir was on the front and, pushing the pace. Martin van Riel was right on his tail, and they came around a corner. You saw Martin van Riel look behind him and realise there was a little bit of a gap. And at that point, Martin took the lead. And I think that was a defining moment in the start of this bike course, because these two have been able to just ever so slightly get away from the rest of the men. And Jamie Riddle, no slouch on the bike. Hannes Butters as well, phenomenal cyclist. But these two are able to get away. Danny, what do you think of the way these men are attacking the front of the race?
Yeah, it's super impressive. I think also from Martin van Riel, he's actually in the perfect position as maybe one of the strongest runners in the field, but he's still pushing the pace. These two are really working together, really trying to get the biggest, gap they can get. And I think it's nice to see when athletes, race aggressive, they go for it. They're not, Martin could also just sit on the wheel and, kind of play it safe, but he's really pushing and helping in the lead. So I think, it's great to watch that they're pushing it hard.
Any other athletes that you're following closely in that men's side, Danny?
Yeah, I think, Ben Fay from Switzerland, definitely very strong race from him today so far, riding with Hogenhaug. He's in 6th position at the moment. This year he got 8 in 70.3 Dallas. So for him, I think this race, being in the top field, riding with the best riders in the sport, would be definitely a great performance for him so far, and will be interesting how he can keep up. I mean, he's coached by Joel Phil and Drew Box, based in Girona. So definitely around a lot of good cyclists. Maybe that helps. It's good to see new athletes coming up and being so strong. As we looking back to Kat Matthews, she's, from the expression of her face, she's really pushing hard now. Looking at the splits, she's 1:58 back at kilometer 34. So the gap is not closing fast. It's still quite stable. So I think from what I see here, I think she saw that she saw the splits, and now she's really trying to close that gap. And we will find out soon if this is going to come, less. But at the moment, it looks like she's working hard, and it just also shows how strong the two ladies in the front ride, Lotte Wilms and also Hanne de Wet, are strong riders, and they're not going to give it away for Kat, for sure.
Yeah, and interestingly, we have Katrine Christensen making some pretty significant inroads to the front of the race, and she is currently 2 minutes 28 seconds behind the front. So she is about 30 seconds behind Kat Matthews. So Katrine is going to make that pass on Kat shortly here. And it'll be interesting to see if Kat can go with her and use that as a ticket to the front. But Katrine Christensen really, really riding well, because that gap to the front for her was over 4 minutes. I think it was around 4.5 minutes at one stage. So she's pulled out close to 2 minutes out of the front of the race at about 34K.
Yeah, I was just checking. She swam around a 28, and the lead women were 24, low 24s, and then she lost that 30 seconds in transition. So yeah, around 4:30 at the start of the bike, and she's already cut 2 minutes from the lead down at 2:28. So again, another athlete that raced Ironman Hamburg just 2 weeks ago. So incredible that she's able to just back it up. And, you know, this is home soil for her, which is nice, but it doesn't change the fact that she did an Ironman and ran a 2:45 marathon off the bike just 2 weeks ago. So incredible racing from her. And I think Kat will be pretty surprised, actually. Or maybe not, because will have seen her at that 30K turnaround, and then she'll actually get to see her again at if she doesn't pass her already, at the 38-kilometer turnaround. But we're going to go down to our man on the ground, Tim Don.
Wow. Katarina Christensen, as you said, is absolutely flying. Kat Matthews hasn't had that impact that we thought she would. Maybe training for an Ironman in 2 weeks, she hasn't got that zap in her legs. But as Sam said, her ticket to the front could be from the local athlete. Again, Audrey is moving really well, and she is running well. They are all going to come together by the end of the bike. That much I'm definitely sure of. In the men's race, Martin van Riel, he's definitely in the driving seat. He wants to win this race. He wants those points for the series. He's got Lake Placid coming up, another great race there, and then he'll be challenging at the World 70.3s and at Kona later in the year for the Ironman Pro Series. But also, he's come down from altitude. He's a savvy racer. He got a bit caught up, I think, at the start of the swim, but his experience took him there. So yeah, definitely in the driving seat, looking to secure that spot. Jamie Riddle, you know, we wish him all the luck after his misfortune. I think he's riding a smart race. He was there to go with those leaders, but the power they're putting down is just phenomenal. We're definitely going to see a sub-2-hour bike ride from the men. Christian, again, another Dane. He is really hammering, but he's got that big pack behind him. They're slowly splitting up, and he's always at the front. We know his strength is the back of the bike. So with less than 40K to go, I'm sure he'll really turn the screws. Back to you guys in the studio.
Yeah, we just see Audrey Miller on screen a moment ago. We're going to roll through that chase pack of women, and Audrey's made it onto the back of that group now. So Audrey is having a phenomenal bike. Again, she was third in Oceanside. Didn't have the best race in Aix-en-Provence, but we're going to go back and let me see a replay, see what... I'm not sure who has... I didn't catch the number.
Yeah, well, that was Jeremy McLean, and somebody has passed him. Let's see what happens here.
Jeremy McLean. Could be Tor Bendits Madsen. I'm just trying to... So... Yeah, sorry, I don't have a confirmation on the green kit. I didn't see the number. I'm not sure. I haven't memorized every single kit, unfortunately. But if you guys know, if anyone knows who that green kit was, Jeremy McLean's up in top 10 right now.
It could have been Simon Vian in the green kit. Was he? I think he had a green kit. But regardless, we're back with the front of the race here with Martin van Riel. You know, these guys are just looking great. It's you know, hard to see them relinquishing this lead now, and they just look super comfortable. Martin very, very low and long, super aggressive position, but looks comfortable. And same with Valdemir Solok as well. They both look quite calm and composed, really, when you contrast that to how Kat Matthews looks. And Kat often looks like she's working quite hard when she's racing, but Martin, not too much of an expression there. He's got a bit of a head nod going on, but that's quite usual for Martin. And the same with Valdemir Solok, both looking like they're not doing it easy, but definitely within themselves.
So we think the green kit that went by Jeremy McLean was Matthew Collins. But but that we think. We don't have confirmation. And I do have some info from a good friend, BG, sharing with us that Kyle Smith has had some nasty health issues with his problems with his stomach and hasn't been able to get on top of them, or get to the bottom of them, I should say. He's been having all sorts of trouble with training, and so yeah, so he's clearly not himself since I'm in New Zealand, and probably the reason why he hasn't raced since then. So yeah, unfortunately not been able to get the training necessary to compete at the top level. So yeah, bummed to see that he is having those issues, and hopefully he can get to the bottom of those and get them sorted out.
Yeah, that is a shame.
Back on track.
A shame for Kyle, because I know a couple of years ago he also was dealing with some health issues that ended up being black mold in the walls of his house that he was living in. So yeah, unfortunately it's one thing after another with Kyle at the moment, which is a shame, because when he's on, he could definitely be at the front of this race, vying for that Nice slot. We know how good he can be when he is on song. So
yeah, over this distance, he's one of the best in the world when he's on form. Like, we've seen him go to toe with pretty much all of the best athletes. So yeah, just, you know, not being able to get the work done, not being able to get the training done. You can't fake it in a race like this. But yeah, we have Marta Sanchez on the right from Spain, and Marta is in 4th place. She's in that group with Lena Meissner. And actually, it looks like they're bridged back up.
There's that top 5 kind of together with Lotte Wilms, Hannah de Vet, Lena Meissner, Marta Sanchez, and Audrey Merlet. Yeah, it looks like that group has kind of been, just together most of the ride. We've got Fenella Langridge sitting about 42 seconds back. Natalie Van Coveren has been dispatched. She was with those women out of the water, but she has now been dispatched and will be passed shortly by Kat Matthews and Katrine Christensen. So be interesting to see if Natalie Van Coveren can jump onto that group. That's not a bad pair of women to be riding with.
Yeah, and the ladies have just made that 38-kilometre turn, so everybody will be getting a good look at where they are in the race and what needs to be done to either bridge up the gap or continue to create more separation. I think Katrine Christensen is the fastest on course right now, so she'll be super happy with that, and might be a great partnership for Kat Matthews too on the bike.
Yeah, 100%. And I'm sure Kat will probably be quite happy to have the company. It'll just be whether or not she can sustain the pace that Katrine Christensen is putting out. And you know, Kat's a smart athlete. She won't overdo it. She wants to execute her best run as well. So if that means letting Katrine go, then she will. But yeah, likely ally for Kat to make some inroads into that front group.
Martin Van Riel leading the way, taking his turn at the front. And Valdemar Solok taking a rare, I won't say rest, but allowing Martin Van Riel to set the pace for a little while.
Yeah, and sometimes that's nice, you know. Sometimes, I mean, I'm sure it's not much of a rest sitting 20 metres behind Martin Van Riel, but...
Not at all, yeah, he's not the biggest guy.
Yeah, but sometimes it's just nice to look ahead and just be like, all right, I'm just going to hold this distance to the athlete in front of me rather than being on the front and, you know, having to do the mental workload of setting the pace, which is not to be underestimated, I think.
And at this stage of the race, Sam, I mean, Martin Van Riel, I feel like he's in just the box seat, right? He's won 5 from 5, 70.3s. So we know he's just so good over this distance. But what other athletes, as you look down through the field, do you expect to see come through sort of the end of the bike or certainly in the run?
I think Christian Hogenhaag is not making inroads to these two on the front, Martin and Valdemar, but he is pulling through the field. He is currently up to 5th, and it wouldn't surprise me to see him make contact with Jamie Riddle and Hannes Butters as well before the end of the bike. But yeah, like you said, I think Martin Van Riel's in the box seat. The scary thing for his competitors is that the run is probably his strength out of all three of them, to be honest. So yeah, I'm sure he's quite happy with how this race is unfolding. But yeah, Jeremy McLean and Tor Bendix Madsen, Ollie Turner, Matthew Collins, they're all riding really, really well, and actually also making, not inroads again to the front, but definitely picking off some of those athletes that were ahead of them out of the water.
Yeah, and Hogenhaug, the group with Hogenhaug, Dupuis, Ben Fay, Ivan Abel as well. He's kind of been dispatched a little bit, but they're on track to catch Jamie Riddle and Hannes Butters. And so that narrative of who gets the knee slots is going to play out on the run.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, it's still definitely wide open, and it's actually pretty tight. There is 10 men from position 9 to position 20 that are all within about 50 seconds of each other. So yeah, it is pretty tight in that middle there.
And athletes that have qualified up front there, Valdemar Solok has his slot. Simon Bian has his. Jeremy McLean has his as well. He's a little ways down though. Again, there's only 3 slots. So Martin Van Riel, Jamie Riddle, Hannes Butters needs one.
Christian Hogenhaug needs
Dupuis
one.
Needs one. So
yeah. Well, yeah, it's definitely not going to, you know, we see some races it rolls down, yeah, to 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th at times. This race, I think it's going to be the top 3 are going to take the slots. And yeah, so you basically have to get on the podium if you want to go race Nice in September.
Exactly. Valdemar Solok is the only one who has that slot in that top who, you know, could stay on the podium. But yeah, so maybe it rolls to 4th.
Yes. Yep.
Which is not much of a roll. We're with women's race leader Lotte Wilms from the Netherlands. And she is in familiar territory. She led a lot of the bike in Hamburg 2 weeks ago as well, until Marjolaine Pierre came through, and then Solveig Lovseth as well. She was 3rd off the bike that day, actually. So had a great
And that looks like
race.
Katrine Christensen has caught or moved into Kat Matthews's yeah, draft. Well, not draft, but yeah, sitting behind Kat Matthews there. So yeah, she's pulled out that 30 seconds quite quickly, and we'll see if she sits here for a little bit, takes on board some nutrition and things, and then goes around. We'll see how Kat responds as you see the race ranger light up there. So the blue light means she's within 22 meters, and it's gone to red. So now she will have to initiate that pass, which it looks like she is doing.
Yeah, you see her almost staying in the aero bars but hopping out of the saddle. This is unbelievable biking.
Rock solid. Look,
Yeah.
no movement in the upper body. It's just the legs. Like, look at her head and her shoulders. Just really, really smooth. And we'll see how Kat responds here.
Yeah, I think Kat maybe a little bit surprised to see Katrine Christensen come around. Danny, what do you think?
Yeah, I think it's definitely interesting how, I mean, mentally, this can be either break her or really make her. I think Kat is super strong mentally, but also if she wants to be in control and then someone, you know, takes that control from her, that can be really, really hard mentally. So at the moment, it looks like on that little slightly uphill, she can just hold the pace. But yeah, super impressive riding from Christian Christensen. Yeah, she looks absolutely fabulous. Now, as we have a bit of an uphill, Kat can just go out of the saddle a bit, reset, and yeah, now let's see if she can hold on. But yeah, definitely super fast pace from Katrin.
It did look like Kat was having to work to stay there, didn't it, though? Out of the saddle, looked like she was putting out a lot of effort to stay there, and yeah, we'll see how it plays out. It did look like a...
Katrine's taken 2.5 minutes out of Kat in 40 kilometres.
Yeah, so it's undoubtedly Katrine is riding quite a bit faster than Kat.
Yeah, we have Lotte Wilms on the left, going through an aid station, and Kat Matthews, our defending Ironman Pro Series champion, on the right. And favourite, I think pretty heavy favourite for today's race. But again, you know, you come in, you're slightly, not rested, legs don't show up, and the competition is stiff. Like, it's not a foregone conclusion. You still got to go out there and put down a very good performance to take any of these Pro Series race wins. And again, the race is not over. Kat Matthews, one of the class of the field, on the run.
What are you seeing, Danny?
Yeah, I think I'm just looking at the splits between the front and also Kat and so we and Katrin. We are still at 2 minutes, so that also shows the front group is riding super strong. So Kat and Katrin still have about 2 minutes to catch up, which just is interesting. I thought they were catching more, so that they would bridge the gap there. And that it's already less, but it really looks like Lotte and Marta Sanchez, but also Audrey Merle and Hannah De Wet and Lena Meissner are really riding strong. And I think we haven't talked much about Lena Meissner yet. She's also having a great race today. She's right in that front group in 5th place and showing a great race today.
I do have to say, though, Katrine Christensen being 4.5 minutes back and 42 kilometers, making up 2.5 minutes on the front, would put her on track to take the lead by the end of the bike. But, again, if she has the legs, right, if she still has the legs to put the same power out, and will she bring Kat with her? So Kat right now is able to go with her. Is that going to destroy Kat for the run? I don't think so. I think she's got so much fitness and strength. So this might be a really good partnership, actually, for Kat if she can hang in there. Just having someone to just focus on and just, find something more.
Yeah, and I think I touched on it earlier. Sometimes riding with someone is just a big mental benefit than it is more so physical. And perhaps Kat, is getting lifted by just having some camaraderie out there, not having to set the pace.
And as we see, this is Marta Sanchez trying to make a pass on Lotte Wilms.
Yep.
Yep, and she is. So this is our lead women on course.
Yeah, it showed before she was trying to make the pass, but it was a bit narrow and tight, and I think she had to drop back or just take a bit more time executing that pass. But I think sometimes safety, you do have to execute the pass within 25 seconds.
It's longer now.
45 seconds,
yep.
Sorry. It used to be 25 when it was 12. 45 seconds to pass. But obviously safety is paramount as well. And I think the technical officials use their judgment. And I think
that's Audrey Merle.
Yeah, she's moving to the front now. So first time we've seen her hit the front.
This is a phenomenal day for Audrey Merle. She was not this athlete 5 weeks ago in Aix-en-Provence. She really just wasn't a factor on the bike. She raced very well in Oceanside earlier this year, but this bike ride is like a breakout performance. I mean, we've seen her race short course. I think that's Christian Hogenhaug,
It
perhaps?
is, yes.
Yep. So Christian Hogenhaug is the lead of the chase. He's in 5th place.
Looking great, looking strong, as we expect from Christian. Phenomenal cyclist. He is up in 5th place.
Still 2:09 back from the lead.
But he, more importantly, well, perhaps not more importantly, but interestingly, he is going to make contact with Jamie Riddle and Hannes Butters pretty soon. He's about 18 seconds behind them. So, he'll be in that group battling for 3rd place.
And a knee slot.
Yes, absolutely. Mm-hmm. That is more importantly than 3rd place probably to a lot of these guys.
Especially someone like Christian Hogenhaug who's so phenomenal on the bike. A course like Nice would really suit him well. He can, possibly, destroy some people on the bike. But we got to catch up with Christian before the race. Let's hear what he had to say.
Yeah, so I would still say it's really fast because you carry so much speed over the bumps, or at least if you're good at like using your power to get over those bumps, you don't really come to a stop. So that's why it's really, really fast. Of course, there's a few U-turns, which is actually kind of nice because you can kind of see where you are in the field. But yeah, I would say I think the bike course record is something like 2 hours, something like that. I think it's gonna go quite some below that, yeah.
Yeah, so he's predicting quicker than 2 hours on the bike today. And again, being a Pro Series race just attracts, you know, the best athletes in the world. And when the best race against each other, typically course records come down. So yeah, we expect him to bridge up to Jamie Riddle and Hannes Butters in the next few kilometers. We still have Martin van Riel in the lead and Valdemar in second.
Yeah, 2 hours is, you know, 5, 6, 7 years ago, it used to be really fast, but I feel like, you know, sub 2 hours is more the norm these days with the advancement in technology, aerodynamics, and just, yeah, the athletes just, yeah, the level of the sport is just really high now, and everyone's rising to the challenge, and you're just seeing these times that are just absurd, that you never would have thought possible 10 years ago. So we see Lottie Wilms take the lead from Audrey Mealy. Lottie just seems to want to be on the front. It was initially in the swim, and now it's on the bike. She just, yeah, wants to be the one forcing the pace. And sometimes that's where athletes want to be. You know, they're not getting the pace dictated to them. They're dictating the pace to others, and that's where some people are more comfortable.
We have Lotte Wilms in the lead, Marta Sanchez and Audrey Mill right behind her, Hannah de Vet, as well as Lena Meissner. Top 5 ladies close together. More to come.
Just do it, be fine.
It's breakfast with precision. It's breakfast with precision.
Thank you, Poncho Man. Welcome to Breakfast with Precision at Hugo's on the Rocks. I'm Andy Blow, co-founder of Precision Fuel and Hydration, and we are stoked to be the official hydration partner of the Ironman Global Series.
Hey, what are you doing on my set?
Get a plan for your next race at pfnh.com.
Security! It's breakfast with precision. It's breakfast with precision.
We're not here to sell you on this life. You already chose it. No shortcuts. No hype. Just work. Same as you. Built to outlast. Endure. 40 years in, and we're just getting warmed up. Welcome to the Ohana.
Ironman 70.3 Elsinore is brought to you by Oman. Beauty has an address, endurance has a destination. Experience Oman. And Athletic Brewing. Brew without compromise. I'm Rita Carfrey, and I'm joined in commentary by Daniela Riff and Sam Appleton, and we are with Kat Matthews, our 2-time defending Pro Series champion. It looks like she might have just been dropped by Katrine Christensen. Katrine is flying today, but they have made some inroads. They're now at 1:29. So Kat has been sitting at 2 minutes back, pretty much from the swim. She was just a little under 2 minutes back and kind of been sitting around 2 minutes, but Katrine came by her and she was able to stay with her for a while, but now it looks like she's been dispatched by Katrine. Katrine is just a flying. That is unbelievable cycling. These are some of the best bikers in the world, and Katrine amongst them typically gets down out of the water a little bit behind, but just flies through. And we're with Lena Meissner. This is the first time we've had eyes on Lena, and Lena's having a phenomenal day. She's sitting right in that front group with Lotte, Marta, Hannah, and Audrey, and Fenella is sort of in no man's land and a minute behind, but Katrine Christensen probably got to catch up. So this is a really good group of ladies. Audrey Mueller, the only athlete that has bridged up. The other ladies have all came out of the swim together. So,
and
really
Lena
good group.
Meisner, yeah, she's European champion last year, so we know she can execute a run as well. So, yeah, she's sitting pretty in that front group, looking good. Yeah, conserving some energy. She hasn't been to the front, and we caught up with Lena before the race.
Yeah, it's pretty nice. I mean, it's a lot of forest. I don't have seen like the whole course. I've seen parts of it, but it's really pretty, like pretty landscape. So some rolling hills. So I think it's going to be a fast one tomorrow.
And you think it will be a fast one with the out and backs? Will you use that to your advantage, seeing other athletes?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, especially because here I'm alone here, so I don't have any support with me. So it's good to have like out and back sections to see where other people are. But at the end, yeah, everyone is focusing on their own efforts, and yeah, we will see tomorrow.
Yeah, so she's doing what she came to do, and that is ride very strong and stay. I mean, this is a sort of a great position to be in, as you said, Sam, just right in the front group, letting the other ladies set the pace, hanging in there, doing what she has to do to maintain contact with the front group of ladies. I think Katrine Christensen is now only a minute back. This is just bonkers, as well as she is riding. She's taking chunks of time every 4 or 5 kilometers.
Incredible.
It's unbelievable.
And
she seems to be just getting stronger as she goes.
Yeah, and we know she's in great run form as well. If she has recovered from Hamburg, she ran a 2:45. That is crazy fast. So if she can replicate that fast run again here, yes, it's only been 2 weeks, so we'll see if she has recovered. And generally, you know, if the fatigue has lingered, it will show on the run, but yeah, she's obviously in great run shape, so it's really heating up here.
Yeah, and Katrine, interestingly, raced Ironman South Africa at the beginning of the year, wasn't an Ironman Pro Series race, then raced Hamburg, got 3rd. Now there's another Pro Series race that she's doing, and she's right in the mix. So I think she's going to race Ironman Kalmar, which will be, it's close to Kona, right? So how does that shake out when it comes to Kona? You know, I think that remains to be seen, but I think possibly next year she might be writing out a different schedule where she gets those Ironman races ticked off, Pro Series races ticked off early, because she clearly is a contender for the series if she can race in this caliber of field, get to the front. Again, in Hamburg, she was, you know, racing against some of the best in the world, and she was right in the mix all day. So, well, I shouldn't say all day, because she doesn't swim as well as some of the other ladies, but with that bike strength and the run that she has, that weapon, yeah, I mean, she could be a contender at any Pro Series race. So just a really great sign for her to be able to, you know, ride through a field like this, and just 2 weeks after an Ironman.
Yeah, absolutely. And I wonder if when she was planning her season at the beginning and she did Ironman South Africa, she wasn't fully intending to go for the Pro Series, but then with a 3rd place at Hamburg and now, you know, racing great today, she might be thinking, yeah, let's do Kalmar and Kona. It is a lot of Ironmans in 1 year, like that's 4, which is an insane amount of Ironmans. But, you know, if she's can tolerate it, she can handle it and score good points, she'll be right up there.
I'm actually just looking at her calendar. So she raced Aix-en-Provence and Samarin the week later, and then Ironman Hamburg 2 weeks later, and now this. So this block of racing is just insane. Like, she's done
4 races in 5 weeks or something?
4 races, 1 Ironman, 3 half distance races. So again, just amazing. And you know, I know I'm loving watching it. But let's we caught up with Marta before the race as well. What we have her on screen. Let's see what she had to say.
Yeah, I checked the bike course and I really like it. I mean, I think it's gonna be quite interesting. And as you say, the first part, it's gonna be really fast, but then with all the turns, I think it's gonna be great that if you are in a group, try to make some breakaway, because then it's gonna be more hard to follow that if it's just a typical single line. So I think that, yeah, I'm really looking to it. I think that, yeah, it's gonna be a fast one, but also with all the turns, So I think that you need to be a bit careful and a bit smart, but because also it's not gonna be like a constantly pace with the twist and everything. So for me, I think it's better than just a full single high road. So yeah, I think that this bike circuit suits me more.
Yeah, I mean, I think Marta is racing very... I mean, Marta always rides super strong. She raced Texas and she was right in the mix on the bike. She's not quite as strong as some of the other ladies. Katrine Christensen, Audrey Miller, Kat Matthews, I would say are all stronger runners than Marta. She's a good runner. She runs right around... I think she ran a 2:59 in Texas, which is one of her best ever runs. So, you know, the ability to run strong, but I wouldn't say, you know, as fast as some of the other ladies. We're back with the men's lead, Valdemar and Martin van Riel as well.
And interestingly, positions 3 to 7 are all together in the men's race now. So these two are out in front, Martin and Valdemar Solok, and then, yeah, that those 2 Kona slots, if because Valdemar already has one, Martin van Riel wants one. But yeah, there's Jamie Riddle, Hannes Butters, Christian Hogenhaag. I'm sure Ben Fay and Tor Bendix Madsen would want one as well. So yeah, these knee slots are heating up.
Heating up for sure. We're going to take a look at the Morton Momentum Index and who the biggest movers in the field have been since the start of the bike. And as we look, Tor Bendix Madsen has come up 19 places since the start of the bike. Mann has come up 18th, and McLean has come up 17th places. So a lot of movement for those 3 men on the bike so far.
Valdemar Solok looking smooth. He looks kind of like he did just at the beginning. Smooth, calm, controlled, in a great spot. And again, similar to Katrine Christensen, we know he's in good run form with a good race at the championship a couple of weeks ago. 2nd place behind Harry Palmer there. So yeah, definitely no slouch on the run either. So I don't think Martin is going to have it all his own way. But on paper, I would say that Martin would be the stronger runner here out of these 2.
Yeah, he ran around a 1:13 in Samarin. He ran a 1:16 in Oceanside, but I don't think that was, you know, his best performance there. But yes, trending in the right direction in his run. Last year at World Champs, he ran a 1:24, a 1:17. So as I look down at, you know, his best run ever was a 1:11 in Poznan, 25.
And if you compare that to Martin, who is frequently sub 1:11 for most of his runs, so yeah, on paper, Martin definitely the favourite on the run here, but you never know. That's why we race, right? To you never know what can happen.
Yeah, I'll try to pull up Martin van Riel's average run. Give me a minute, I gotta find his name. Here he is.
We have Fenella Langridge here now, getting some video of her. She's still good. She's in no man's land a little bit, but still in it and still, yeah, doing her thing.
Just going back for a second on Martin van Riel, his fastest ever run, 55, sorry, in Dubai. That was a very fast run course, though. His average over the 70.3s that he's done is a 1:13. So yeah, he's probably got the upper hand.
Yes, I would say so.
I think this is
Fenella Langridge.
Yep, Fenella Langridge. She's been in kind of no man's land. I think Katrine Christensen just went past, so I think if that's Katrine
right at the top
front,
of the screen there.
So Fenella trying to hang with Katrine Christensen.
But it does look like Kat Matthews has also taken out a bit more time out of the front. She's now sitting at 76 seconds behind. I think last update we had, she was about 1:30 behind. So she's starting to make some inroads to that front of the race. So maybe her legs are coming good. It just took some time. And sometimes in full distance Ironman training, the legs take a little bit of time to warm up, and perhaps that's happening to Kat halfway through the bike, or even 2/3 through the bike.
What do you think, Daniela? Do you think the front of the pace, the front of the race is slowing down, or do you think the ladies like Kat or Katrine is just getting strong, going from strength to strength, but do you think Kat's starting to find her legs?
Yeah, I agree. I think Katrine definitely had Katrine Christensen had probably an impact on Kat as well. She kind of had that moment where Katrine passed Kat really fast. She got herself together. She couldn't really keep up with the pace, but she's definitely speeded up now as well. And I think 1:16 to be 1:16 back for Kat Matthews is still a very good position. Kat Matthews, I would say, probably the strongest runner in the field, and she knows that she doesn't have to panic. She will, I mean, it looks like she kind of now found her leg and most likely going to just feel better. I mean, it's quite usual if you train for an Ironman, that speed and sometimes also that on race day you just need a bit of time. I've had that as well, where you feel the first 40 kilometers you just have nothing, and then suddenly your power comes back. And as we said, she did the whole course 2 days ago, so that definitely maybe have had some impact in the first part. But as you also, as an athlete, you don't want to lose the fitness. You don't want to take a too much taper if you really have a lot of racing going on. And that's why I think, yeah, we'll see Kat Matthews just getting stronger. But it's also nice to see how Katrine Christensen, I think since Ironman Hamburg, I feel like also the interview, what she did after the race, it really showed that she gained a lot of confidence, also showing up here and really pushing it hard. She's really showing a great ride so far, and also going for the series. I think this could be, really, she could be a contender also for the full series. And her riding, I think I'm also a little bit thinking about Kona. The riding style that she's showing us here, she's really pushing these power, power in. She doesn't have a super high cadence. She's more of a, power rider. You can see also a little bit of movement from the saddle sometimes, it looks like she's pushing into the saddle to really transfer that power, but super stable, super aero, and that is fast on a flat course.
Yeah, only 333 meters of elevation on this course, so while it is a bit rolling, nothing. Actually, sometimes the rolling courses are even faster because you're able to sort of use the downhill sections to power over the next hills and sort of even gain more speed as you go.
Yeah, absolutely, I think. And also sometimes a little bit of elevation is nice to switch up the muscle groups as well, so you're not kind of just using the same muscles over and over for the whole ride. But yeah, Katrine Christensen just, almost lost for words at how good this ride is. She's just, making inroads.
She's making it look easy. I mean, it's just nothing short of phenomenal, and I love to see it. But if you're watching today's coverage and you're thinking, hey, it's time for me to put my name on a start list, well, one of the world's best Ironman swim courses is calling. The tropical paradise of Langkawi in Malaysia provides an incredible racing experience. From the crystal clear waters of the swim to the bike course that takes in incredible scenery of the island to a run that showcases the beauty of Malaysia. Once race day is done, relax in this tropical oasis and experience the warmth of local hospitality. Learn more at ironman.com or to scan the code on screen. Yeah, Katrine down 57 kilometers, just 49 seconds. I bet the next split is like 20 seconds.
Yeah.
And if it was an open course, she'd be probably able to see the ladies ahead of her.
Yep.
But right now, it's super windy and kind of wooded, so hard to see. Oh, maybe she can see up ahead. I think I saw some specks up ahead on the road there.
Yeah,
so.
She might be able to get some glimpses here and there when the roads are long and straight, but that'll be a huge motivator as well. When she can see the front group and she can start making those inroads, it's just a massive
yeah, she's at 35 seconds now, so I think she can see. I just saw in that last last video, she could kind of see the leaders, and when there's motos and so forth around that pack, it's just more of a procession to be able to see ahead of you. So I bet that will give her a nice little boost.
Absolutely. So it won't be long here before she makes contact with that group, and yeah, be interesting to see if she goes straight round and yeah, goes to the front and tries to break away leading into T2, or whether she kind of sits in and conserves. We'll have to see as she approaches.
Yeah, I'm very interested to research what run. I know she's a very good runner, 2:45 over the Ironman distance. I want to figure out what sort of 70.3 distance run split she's put in, because again, she has Audrey Miller in that group, who is a very good runner, and also Kat Matthews is only at 124 behind. So Kat's a little under a minute behind Katrine right now.
Yeah, and that was at 1:16 on last time check, so she has actually lost another 8 seconds there. But yeah, it's a good idea to research some of those 70.3 run times, because it's not the same skill set, is it? Running a marathon and running a 70.3, you know, just because you're good at one doesn't automatically mean you'd be good at the other one. So
I'm just looking, and her fastest run split was actually just this year in Aix-en-Provence. She ran a 1:19.25, but her average time is 1:21.53, so super consistent in that, around that 1:20. We know Kat can run 1:16 probably, around there. Audrey Miller, I want to see what she ran. I'll pull that result up as well in Oceanside. She hasn't done many 70.3s, and
I think it was a 1:19 off the top of my head.
1:19.
So yeah, all pretty similar, really.
Yeah, so
like,
that'll be an interesting run battle as well.
Yep, and then some of these women at the front as well. Don't forget about Hannah DeVette and Lottie Wilms as well. No slouches themselves. Lottie Wilms on the front, where she's been most of this bike ride, actually. So
yeah, very comfortable at the front.
Bases herself out of Australia, originally from the Netherlands, but yeah, spends most of her time in Australia training now. So we can basically say she's Australian, Rinny.
Yeah, she's basically Aussie. You can hear it in her accent, actually.
Yeah, you can actually. Yeah.
She sounds very Australian, a European Australian, right? Like you can still tell she's not native Aussie.
Yeah, she's got the Australian twang on some of those words. And there's the side by side, and I'm sure Katrine must be almost making contact with the back of that group there. You can see that motorbike in front, so
yeah,
she's got eyes on it, eyes on the prize.
Yeah, still 25 kilometers to ride too. So I think she will try to go around them and put some time in, which might be bad news for Kat Matthews.
Yes, because I'm sure she doesn't want to get off the bike. She probably wants as much time on Kat Matthews as possible heading into the run. So yeah, I don't think she's going to rest on her laurels when she catches that group. It wouldn't surprise me to see her go straight to the front. This is the front of the men's race here. Valdemir Solok back on the front. Doesn't look too stressed.
Yes, but pushing on. Still over 2 minutes to the chase. And that's Pierre Dupuis, Jamie Riddle, and Hannah Sputters, Christian Hungerhag, now sitting in the back of that group.
Ben Fay's in there as well. We haven't spoken much about Pierre Dupuis as well. He's having a great race. Currently sitting in third, leading that group, 2 minutes and 11 seconds behind. So yeah, not someone that was considered one of the favourites leading in, but he is having a great race. I'm sure probably hungry for one of those Nice slots as well.
Yeah, he's a fairly new name to the scene. He's taken a step forward into this distance this year. He comes from racing a lot of French Grand Prix. So he's a very strong swim biker and still improving on the run. But he was 9th at Aix-en-Provence, and he had his first podium, pro podium in Allegro 70.3 as well. So he's definitely on the rise in this distance.
And that French Grand Prix pathway is such a, the athletes that come out of, that scene of racing just are so strong, and it kind of teaches them, teaches you skills from such a young age, especially, aggressive racing. It's usually very competitive, and not surprised if he's come out of that pathway to see him right up there in third place at the moment.
Daniela, did you race any Grand Prix? I know there was some Swiss opportunities to race short course, super sprints and stuff like that. Was it around when you were, pre-ITU racing days?
Yeah, I did a few of them, but I have to say they're super hard. The competition is really, really tough, and I mean they're intense. They're shorter sometimes even than a sprint race, and for me it was a little bit too fast. I think the longer it got, the better I was, and even Olympic distance was almost too short for me. So definitely. These kind of races definitely make you strong. I think, especially for the swim, you really know how to handle tough conditions in the swim in a big group. But also, the riding is super intense, and then the run as well. You have to have that speed, and I think also athletes using them for training, it just brings that intensity you cannot imitate in a training session. And normally these athletes are strong. So it's definitely a good thing to do if you want to improve on speed.
Yeah, definitely fair to say that you got stronger as you went longer with 10 world titles over the 70.3 and Ironman distance. But I agree. I think it's a great place to start as a younger athlete, learn all the skills of racing, short course, and I think that pathway that you took, similar to a lot of us, through short course into long course is a good one. So we are at the closing miles of the bike now. 10K to go for the men, about 25 for the women. More action to come.
It's the beauty of Oman. Our tradition, our hospitality, the sounds of limitless opportunities to explore. Listen, it's Oman.
Endurance isn't just about medals, it's about showing up, even when your brain says go and your body says no. Showing up means taking care of yourself, skin and all, because when you train hard, your skin works hard too. That's where Bulldog comes in, with products packed with brilliant natural origin ingredients that help prepare, protect, and recover your skin. No fuss, no nonsense. Bulldog Skincare is man's best friend. Official men's care products of Ironman Europe.
This is where I wanna be.
Ironman 70.3 Elsinore is brought to you by Morton. Get used to it. And Ruby, the indoor cycling experience. I'm Marina Carfrey, and I'm joined by Daniela Riff and Sam Appleton. And the professional men are at the final 5 kilometers of this Zoot bike course. We have Valdemar Solak in the lead, Martin Van Riel in second, Pierre Dupuy in third, Jamie Riddle in fourth, and Christian Hogenhaag now moved into fifth. We are, those knee slots are really hotting up. There's not much room for error on this run course if you want to go to Nice. On the women's side, we have Lotte Wilms in the lead, at 67 kilometers. Marta Sanchez sitting in second. Hannah de Vet in third. Audrey Miller in fourth. Lena Meissner in fifth. And Katrine Christensen now only 18 seconds behind in sixth place.
And there's Carl Smith on the right of the screen there. Good to see him still out on course. But yeah, definitely not the day that he would have wanted for sure. He was coming into this race hoping for one of those knee slots, but I don't think it's going to be for him. That screen does say Jamie Riddle, but I believe that is Carl Smith there. But yeah, it could be looking at a sub 2 hour bike split here. We'll find out momentarily.
Yeah, and that would be a bike course record. Previous course best was a little over 2 hours. And we're just going through the Ruvi T2 preview. If you see on the right, that's the direction the athletes will take off the bike and into transition, where they will get rid of the bikes and the helmets and the bike shoes and throw on their super shoes and head out on the Hoka Run course for 21.1 kilometers and 3.5 loops of the Kronborg Castle and downtown Elsinore.
Looks like quite another long transition. It looks like they kind of do the T1 but in reverse. So yeah, another quite long transition here as they will head out onto the run course. Still Carl Smith there on the left of screen.
Yeah, Carl Smith is down at around 5 minutes back. And again, he's been having some health issues in the past few months since I'm in New Zealand, and just trying to get his finger on the pulse or figure out what's going wrong, and hasn't been able to sort it all out. So
it's frustrating
it's
when you have an illness or something wrong and you can't pinpoint what is causing it, or why it's happening. And sometimes a clear-cut injury is better. Sometimes, if you have a stress fracture or something, you're like, well, at least I know it's a 12-week healing process and I'm back. When you have those illnesses that you can't put your finger on, it can be more frustrating than even the most serious of injuries. As we have Lottie Wilms on screen now, still in the lead. She's been there most of the ride, obviously comfortable there. But yeah, Katrine Christensen was 18 seconds behind at last time trek, but only 8 seconds behind Lena Meissner, who was the last woman in that group. So yeah, basically Katrine Christensen has made contact with that front group of the women. And we're back with the men here who are just doing their last circuit back into town. Martin Van Riel, number 1 there, closest to screen, with Valdemir Solok in front of him. It'll be interesting to see the first, generally within the first, sometimes even getting off your bike and running it back to the rack, how the run is going to play out. So yeah, sometimes there's a lot you can pick up from the body language of the athletes as they get off the bike and run to rack and put on their shoes.
And a fairly comfortable 2+ minute buffer between Martin Van Riel, Valdemar Solok to Pierre Dupuis and Jamie Riddle and Christian Hogenhaag, Ben Fay, Hannes Butters. So I feel like, again, Martin Van Riel, with the run pedigree that he has, really just in the box seat here today.
Yeah, he must be thrilled with how this is playing out for him, and it's good to see he's been pretty vocal about having some mental health issues over the off season, and to see him come back and had that great race at Texas, and now another great race so far here. I know we still have the run to go, but yeah, looking like it's all going his way right now.
And it looks like the Danish crowd are out and in full force for the athletes. Back with Carl Smith as well on screen a moment ago there. And here they are, the lead 2 men into Ruvi T2. They both look great.
Yeah.
Not even a hitch in the step from Martin Van Riel. Valdemar Solok right ahead of him. First off the bike, he'll get that first off the bike split, and let's see what it is. Daniel Bakkegaard has the course record at 2 hours and 26. We'll wait to see what these men clocked out there today.
Martin already got the socks on that he put on in T1, so he should have a slightly quicker transition than Valdemir, but we're going to throw down to our man on the ground, Tim Don. Tim, what do you see?
Wow, Martin van Riel has gone. He had his socks on. He looked calm, but he looked hot. I would say that. It is really warming up here. He's definitely in the box seat. He came here to execute. He had a great race in Texas. You know, if he goes on to Lake Placid, World 70.3s and Kona and delivers like this, Christian's going to have his hands full. But But we've still got 21k to go, and lots of people in that group behind would have been saving their legs. Again, if I go back to their bikes, water bottles, I love to check these I'm not going to look at their numbers. You know, they've got half-filled water bottles, so they haven't drunk everything. But that bike was fast. I'm hoping it was a sub 2 hours. So we're going to wait now for the pack, and I'm going to throw it back to you guys.
All right, and Valdemar Solak was quick, actually, with the socks. I'd say he ran quicker than Martin van Riel in that section, because he was still putting his socks on when Martin was, I think he only had one sock on when Martin left. So he made quick work of that T1, and he looks great out in the run.
He does.
You know, just hitch onto Martin van Riel and see how far he can take it. Again, he's a great runner and just seems to be going from strength to strength. The bike really is probably his strongest suit at the moment, but if he can hang with Martin van Riel, and here we go, here's the chase pack getting off the bike now.
That might be Dupuy, I believe, coming off in third.
Or Jamie Riddle has grey pants too. No, that's not. That must be. Yeah.
And there's Hogan Haag.
I
think Jamie Riddle behind him. Yeah, the South African
Yep,
flags
that's right.
on his
shoulders. Ben Fay, Hannes Butters, and Pierre Dupuy in the front there.
Great ride from both Hannes Butters and...
Hannes Butters in the blue.
Yes. And great ride from Ben Fay as well. That's a big step up for him. As we see Dupuy putting his shoes and socks on.
It's around 2:16, the gap.
So they're definitely still in it. And this is for the third place as well. But
and a knee slot.
And the knee slots as well.
There's two knee slots out of this group with Valdemar already qualified.
Yep, so Jamie Riddle, I mean, I think everybody in this group needs a knee slot, right? So, yeah, it's not just for the podium, but also the two remaining knee slots.
Yeah, see the surface on the grass a little unsteady.
It's not always the most comfortable with the super shoes and the foam. It's not the most stable on a uneven grass. You kind of want to get onto the hard tarmac as soon as possible.
Yep, put those super shoes to work. And you see him carrying out a bag. So talk us through why the athletes these days carry everything out in a little bag.
Yeah, I think they put everything they need for the run in a bag, so they just have to pick up one thing. You know, sometimes picking up your hat, your sunglasses, your 2 or 3 gels or whatever you got. If you've got everything in one bag, you can just pick that up. And yeah, some athletes will just scoop everything up as well and put on their hat and the sunglasses and put their nutrition in their pockets as they're running. Generally, it's the most effective way of doing that rather than putting it all on while you're standing still.
Yeah, Hogan Haag, Fay, and Riddle running together here. Dupuy got out of transition a little ahead of these three men, and it seemed like Hannes Butters was taking his time through transition.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure if he was just spent after the bike, or maybe he wasn't or isn't up for a big run here today. But the man in the front looking phenomenal.
There's Collins there, I believe. Collins and Simon Vian. Lewis Buttrick. And I'm not sure who that is. Didn't get a number there. But this is the front of the race. Martin Van Riel and Solak is matching his pace as well. He's actually probably had to run probably 10 seconds quicker in that opening kilometre to bridge up to him, and he's done that. So fast start.
He looks good too. He looks super comfortable.
Yeah.
You know, Van Riel looks like he's great as well, but he looks aggressive. Solak looks more relaxed.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, this is super impressive.
Hogenhaag looks like he's dropping off a little bit from the front two. Fay and Riddle there, and I think Dupuy is in front of that even, so yeah. We're going to check out the Ruvi T2 fastest times here. Martin Van Riel, 1:40. Valdemir Solak, 1:45. And Ben Fay at 1:51 there. Hogenhaag just not able to match this pace in the opening kilometre or so, as they run behind the Kronberg Castle there.
Yeah, and right on his shoulder, Solak is on Van Riel.
I wouldn't have picked this, you know, when we were looking back at his past run times. I wouldn't have expected him to go out with Martin. But yeah, perhaps young guy, brash, wants to, yeah, just throw caution to the wind, which you love to see.
And I do want to real quick revisit the bike split. They rode 1:08.04.
1:58?
Well, sorry, 1:58, not 1:08. That would be not possible. Yeah, so definitely new bike course record by 2 minutes, over 2 minutes, these two men. So the other men were probably right on the old bike course record
Yeah, just
time.
over 2 hours,
So it's probably just
I
over.
would say.
Exactly.
What a fantastic run course this is. Around the castle, over the bridge, through the town. Probably a lot of crowd support through this town as well, which will keep the spirits high.
Yes, and on the right, Lotte Wilms. She's at 77 kilometers. Christensen happy to sit in. It looks like she's sitting on the back of that group, sort of 15 seconds back, but on, you know, intact with that group, basically keeping everyone in check. I don't know if she's just happy to sit there or confident with her run. I mean, out of all of those women, I think she's probably, well, definitely in the top 3 fastest runners. I'm wondering if she's now just saving it for the run, has made her way to the front and doesn't see the point in going around at this point and pulling everyone else along. Kat Matthews has actually lost time. She's at 2:37. So if that timing is correct, Kat has lost a big chunk of time in that last section.
And I wonder if that
Like
effort,
over a minute.
Yeah, because she's lost quite a bit of time, and perhaps that effort that she, you know, the energy she expended to try and go with Katrine Christensen for that couple of minutes there has really taken a toll on her. But yeah, Katrine might be happy to catch that group and just take on board some nutrition, some hydration as they roll into the last 10 kilometers here on the run. Sometimes, you know, you want to start thinking about the run towards the back end of the bike, and she might be doing that, just making sure she's topped up on carbs and hydration.
And it looks like they have dropped Hogenhaag at this point, Jamie Riddle and Ben Fay, which means Van Riel and the two men on the right will take those
Slots.
3 slots. Yep.
Solak moving to the front there, around Van Riel. Back onto Lotte Wilms. And they have probably about 10K-ish to go, so 15 minutes or so left of this bike ride. Fenella Langridge there on the right, still riding by herself, but within, you know, not completely out of it. She is still hovering around 2 minutes behind the front, so yeah, definitely still in the race here. A good solid ride for her. She's been solo most of the day on the bike, so after leading early in the swim.
No, I think this is a really good performance from Fenella. She's been steadily improving at each race she's turned up to. She did Ironman New Zealand, lost a lot of time on the bike, then came into Aix-en-Provence. I think she raced something else in between as well. Again, kind of lost a little time on the bike and sort of fell back through the run as well. But yeah, I mean, she really hasn't, she's kind of hanging in there.
Yep. And she also did Hamburg as well 2 weeks ago. So she's another one backing up with a 70.3 2 weeks later. And she did have surgery. It must have been, she had surgery, I think, sometime at the end of 2024, it might have been. And it's been a long road back, but it's good to see her back racing. And yeah, she's just a great positive personality to have on, racing triathlon.
And let's take a look at the Morton Momentum Index and who the biggest movers on the women's side today are. So as we know, Katrine Christensen has moved up 8 places, and also Audrey Mille. So both of those ladies in the front. And Ingrid from Sweden moved up a couple of places as well on the bike. But the big mover, Katrine Christensen, up 7 places, and I think from 4.5 minutes out of the swim to intact with the front pack right now. Hannah DeVette right there on screen. Lotte Wilms still leading. So that's a group of 6 women that will be coming into transition together.
Yeah, and it's not just so much the places for Katrine Christensen, it's the time as well, isn't it? As we see Marta Sanchez making a move to pass Hannah DeVette here. You can see that red light blinking.
Yes, Marta Sanchez will go around. Once she crosses Hannah DeVette's wheel, it'll be Hannah's job to move out of that red zone within 45 seconds. And the ladies just sort of jockeying position now, I think, to just get in a good place as they run into Ruby T2. But right now we have Lotte Wilms, Hannah DeVette, Marta Sanchez, Lena Meissner, Audrey Mille, and Katrine Christensen, the top 6 ladies on course in the Hoka Run coming up.
And there it is, the Ironman World Champion.
Just do it, it'll be fine.
It's breakfast with precision. It's breakfast with precision.
Thank you, Poncho Man. Welcome to Breakfast with Precision at Hugo's on the Rocks. I'm Andy Blow, co-founder of Precision Fuel and Hydration, and we are stoked to be the official hydration partner of the Ironman Global Series.
Hey, what are you doing on my set?
Get a plan for your next race at pfnh.com.
Security! It's breakfast with precision. It's breakfast with precision.
Ironman 70.3 Elsinore is brought to you by Bulldog, man's best friend, and Oman. Beauty has an address, endurance has a destination. Experience Oman. Oh, it looks like I'm going to have someone else pronounce his name right. We're trying to figure out Adam, not Adam, I'm thinking of Adam Fye, Ben Fye.
Yeah, Ben Fye.
From Switzerland, it looks like he's moving away from Jamie Riddle at this point. So a little bit of a break. But these front 2 men are still locked together in a battle for the win.
Yeah, I'm really impressed with Valdemir Solok here. Obviously, not deferring to Martin, who is, on paper, the better runner, but yeah, just determined to stick it with him. And I think that was, yeah, his best play, to just go out and see if he can match Martin's pace and see how long he can hold it for. And it looks like he's doing that quite well. Jamie Riddle there dropping off Ben Fay a little bit. But that's still a nice spot there for Jamie, if he can hold on to that 4th slot. But yeah, speaking of being impressed, I'm really impressed with this man here. Great race for him. He was 8th at Dallas Little Elm 70.3 earlier this year, so this is a huge step up in performance.
Yeah, incredible performance from some of the young guns racing here today. And I think, you talk of Martin Van Riel, it looks like maybe there's a little bit of separation now between him and Valdemar. But Valdemar is just on, I think when you're in a breakthrough performance, or like you're just starting to get some results, you just go from strength to strength and you just build confidence with every race you do. When, when you start to race against the best in the world, all of a sudden you go toe-to-toe with them and you realize that you actually can keep up, or you belong there. And I think that just goes such a long way, just that confidence. And I think that's what we're seeing play out here. He's just sort of starting to build more and more confidence and realize that, yes, I belong at the front here. And Martin Van Riel, one of the best that's ever done this distance. And he's hanging right with him. And yes, it does look like he's starting to, become a little bit separated at like 3 or 4 kilometers into the run now, but still he was able to hang with him for 3.5 kilometers, and he can go back and get stuck into training and keep working on that. There's more to come from this young man.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think momentum is such a powerful tool, isn't it? Like when you've got the momentum on your side, it's kind of easy to keep, not easy, but it's that's why we call it momentum. You just keep building and you keep racing well and training well. And he's obviously riding some momentum after that great race at the championship a few weeks ago. As we're going to take a look at the AG1 supplemental stats here from the bike leg, and it's Lottie Wilms. She is estimated to finish at 2 hours 43 minutes and 24 seconds, and she's averaging 39.43 kilometers an hour for the bike up until 80 kilometers. So still 10K to go, but Lottie Wilms looking great.
Yeah, again, Lottie just raced 2 weeks ago, so we'll see how those legs feel coming off the bike and onto the run. But legs and swim arms looked great. She led the swim. Well, she was in amongst the lead group of the swim, at least led a lot of the early meters of the swim, and then on the bike she's been on the front for most of the day. I think this is just where she feels most comfortable, setting the pace and not really having to worry about drafting or draft zones, and she can kind of just put her head down and go for it. But yeah, she's the lead of this 6-person front pack of women, which is actually a pretty big front pack of women if you think about it. A lot of the races you'll see 2 or 3 women come in together, especially now with the 20-meter draft zone. A lot of races will have 1 or 2 or 3, but usually not 6 women together. So it'll be pretty cool to see 6 ladies get off the bike together, and then we'll see fairly quickly who has the run legs. I'm going to guess Christensen, Millet, maybe Meissner.
Yeah, Hannah DeVet. I mean, all of them really. It's
yeah.
It's hard to pick. Hard to pick one.
Hannah DeVet, I think maybe overbiked a little bit in Aix-en-Provence 5 weeks ago. We'll see what the legs are like coming off the bike here, but yeah, I mean, now we're looking at a men's pro leader. It's Martin Van Riel. He's taking a little look over the shoulder. He definitely is starting. That rubber band has pretty much broken,
yeah.
I think.
You can see Solik still in there, but yeah, Martin probably will just press this advantage now. And
it looks like Jamie's back on.
Or is this a replay, maybe? He might be back on.
And Ben looking over his shoulder a lot, so...
Maybe something's happened to Ben. Maybe he, he actually looks like, yeah. And he said something to Jamie as he passed him there, so...
Yeah, it looks like Jamie has run back in front. So, again, these those two men right now are in qualifying spots.
Yes.
If they do slip at all, then they will be out of that position.
Yep.
All right, let's go back and see where Kat is at 81 kilometers.
So she's...
Yeah, 2:42 at 81 kilometers. So, yeah, again, lost about... She got it down to around 1:30.
I think it was even less. I think it was about
120?
1:16. I think was the lowest I saw it. But then it's ballooned out a little bit. So yeah, not unfolding the way that Kat would like, but we still got the run to go. And she is a phenomenal runner when she's on.
I think best. Well, I would say on her day best runner in this field.
I would say
paper,
so.
for sure.
Yeah, but you know the gap is going to be close to 3 minutes by the time they get off the bike. That's, you know, for Kat to run 3 minutes into women like Katrine Christensen, Audrey Mele, Lena Meisner, you know, it's a big ask. It's not impossible, but it is a big ask.
Yeah, so Kat Matthews, of course, two-time Pro Series defending champion, and added this race in to vie for a podium spot for the Ironman Pro Series. She kind of realizes that probably not enough for the win, because she will give up 2,500 points not doing a third Ironman race. And we think back to Ironman Texas, she got that unfortunate flat tire. Her goal was to bank points early, and she did that. She won Ironman New Zealand, then turned around and raced 70.3, which is actually what these ladies are doing. A lot of these ladies race their, you know, Ironman Hamburg, and then 2 weeks later, and she did that exact same thing, but with Geelong earlier this year, and then went to Texas, and unfortunately got a flat. And I think actually since then, Ironman have purchased a bunch of wheels with hubs and disc brakes that are compatible with the professionals, and moving forward, they will always have that equipment available for all of the athletes. So there will be a lead moto, a floating moto on the women's and the men's races that will have all of that gear with them, so that what happened to Kat in Texas won't happen to anyone else moving forward. So Ironman listening and making changes quickly.
Yeah.
Scott Deroux jumped all over that, which is a great sign of a good leader.
Yep. Yeah, you love to see it, and yeah, making quick changes, and yeah, making sure that won't happen again. So, but yeah, Kat did everything right. She tried to bank the points early in the season, but it just didn't unravel the way that she wanted this year. But she's got Roth here in a couple of weeks, and yeah, training through this race a little bit, and it looks like it's you know, the fatigue just hasn't cleared in time for her to be right up there with this lead group of women here on the bike.
Yeah, and the ladies now in the final couple of kilometers, or maybe kilometer. Yes, they're taking their shoes off. They'll loosen off those shoes. They leave those shoes on the bike, and you'll see them swing the leg over, and they have to dismount before that line. That was a quick dismount by Hannah DeVette. She looks great. Marta Sanchez. We're going to throw it down to Tim Don, who's in Ruvi T2. Take it away, Tim.
Wow, we're waiting for the lead 6 to come in. They have had a stellar bike. You could tell it was a fast bike. Here they come. We have got a Lottie at the front. Hannah did something. She's been really biking hard off the front, Hannah DeVette, and her coach told her to stay calm, wait for the run, and it looks like that is exactly what she's got. We've got Martha Sanchez as well. Everyone must have worked well. Lena Meissner's coming in. Every woman except for Martha has got to put socks on. They have a big lead from Kat Matthews, close to 2.5 minutes. There is hustle and bustle in this transition area. They're making sure everything has to go in the box. Some of them have little Ziploc bags with their gels in. Look at that, Hannah DeVette first out onto your run course. I think, it looks like Audrey just lost a little bit of time towards the end. She's hanging her bike up quite slowly, but she'll be relishing the fact that she's at the front of the race at the start of this run. She likes the twisty run courses. Katrina's taken her time. She's definitely new to this sport at this level, so maybe her transitions are not quite as quick. But as I said, they put their energy gels, their watch, their sunglasses, either elastic band together or in a little Ziploc bag, so they can just grab them and go out. Now, can these women work ahead? How long have they got away from Kat Matthews? That is the person they're going to be wanting splits. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thanks, Tim. Yeah, we have Marta Sanchez charging out of transition now. Hannah DeVette hot on her heels. Marta Sanchez, a very good runner. She ran a 2:59 in Texas. I believe that was her fastest marathon off the bike. But the ones to watch, Audrey Mille, Katrine Christensen. And we'll see what Lena Meissner has in the legs as well today.
Yeah, Marta Sanchez with a great transition, and Hannah DeVette actually, and yeah, they're the early leaders. Hannah did drop something, and we saw her go back for it as well. So whether that was, you know, maybe her watch or a gel or two that she needed out there, but sometimes it can be hard to make that decision, right? When you drop something to turn around and go back, you lose your momentum and you lose precious seconds. But generally, it's the right thing to do as well. And you know, you don't want to get a penalty either if that's the case. Sometimes dropping something and not going back and picking it up can get you a penalty. As we get eyes on the chase pack, I think that's Kat Matthews and Fenella Langridge into T2 now. So we'll be able to see what that gap is very shortly.
Yeah, it looks like 2:56, 2:57. So almost 3 minutes to Kat Matthews.
Not impossible.
Not at all, no.
But definitely challenging. But we'll get an idea for how Kat and Fenella are feeling early on into the run. And yeah, I would, if it's 3 minutes to Kat Matthews, it's definitely not comfortable for those leaders, is it? They'd love it to be a little bit more than that. And yeah, if anyone can do it, I think Kat can.
And you see Mark Matthews there, Kat's husband.
And coach.
Giving her the splits, so she knows exactly where she's at and what she needs to do to bank as many points as she can. She's here for one reason, and that reason is the Ironman Pro Series. To salvage a podium would be well worth it, as I said. The win, $200,000, but second place, 130 grand, not too bad.
Not too shabby at all.
Yeah. So Kat Matthews, I mean, she looks great. As always.
Yes, yep, she does.
So definitely we'll be watching her keenly as we see her through these opening kilometers of the bike. Lena Bissig.
I think that might be Natalie Van Coveren there as well.
Yep. Natalie Van Coveren, a very good runner as well, so we'll expect her to move up through the field. But Kat Matthews is the one to watch.
I'm sure Nat would have loved to have been with Kat off the bike and they could have pushed each other, but yeah, looks like it might have been about 30 to 45 seconds, so it's tough to bridge that up on someone like Kat Matthews. But Fenella Langridge will enjoy this company, I think, with Kat Matthews, and maybe they can work together for a little bit.
And we look at the left, is that Hannah DeVette still leading Marta Sanchez. Yet to see Audrey Mille or Katrine Christensen on the run. So keenly waiting.
Or Lena Meissner.
Lena Meissner as well, yes. So, but Hannah DeVette.
They both look quite good.
Maybe didn't overbike this time around. They look great, yeah.
And you can see Kat, she's hungry, isn't she? She's already...
on the hunt, absolutely.
Yeah, she's not going down without a fight. She's actually run up onto one of the pro men here who must be on their second lap.
That's correct, yeah. The 3.5 laps of this course, so there will be probably a lot of... But Kat running right by, and let's look at the Ruvi transition 2 times. Fenella Langridge at 1:57, Marta Sanchez 1:59, and Kat Matthews at 2 minutes. So Langridge and Matthews were quick through transition. Sanchez the fastest of the front 6. Let's throw it over to Daniela. Oh, maybe we don't have Daniela. She's trying to get her audio back on.
But it just goes to show how fast Kat has gone out. She's just overtaken 2 of the pro men, and yeah, they haven't responded. And I know Lewis Buttrick is quite a decent runner in his own right as well. So it just goes to show how fast Kat is running. As we see Jamie Riddle and Ben Farr overtake Hannah DeVette and Marta Sanchez.
So top 2 women on course and 3rd and 4th on the men's side on screen.
It's quite unique to have three and a half laps, right? And looped laps as well, where they're going to be constantly passing each other. It's not too much of a, you know, some courses you're out there and you get to lonely sections where there's not much crowd support, not many other athletes. And yeah, but this looks like the complete opposite. It looks like, yeah, they'll be seeing each other and seeing other competitors, both men and women, the whole time.
And I just got a little word from the course. Katrine started cramping up a bit in her quad when she was putting her shoes on in T2. So probably that last month of races. Again, 5 races, I think. Did we say 4 or 5 races in the last month? One was an Ironman.
Yes.
Aix-en-Provence, Hamburg, this one. I think she did Samarin in there too. So just a really big last month for Katrine Christensen, and then a phenomenal bike here today. So hopefully she can shake off that cramp and, you know, that's Hogan Haag. Well, Hogan Haag still has those 2 in his sights, so his day is not over. And
no,
he is fighting for a knee slot.
Yes, he is, 100%. But yeah, perhaps the last month or so of racing catching up to Katrine Christensen, but hopefully she can shake off those cramps and get running. Sometimes going from that bike position to then, you know, standing up and putting shoes on can initiate cramps. I know I've dealt with that many times in my career, but then when you start running, it kind of it dissipates. So hopefully that's the case today for Katrine Christensen.
Audrey Miller as well, another athlete I'm eager to get eyes on. You know, she ran a 1:19 in Oceanside, so has some pretty quick run legs. One of the faster on course, I would think.
Yep. 100%, as we see Martin Van Riel looking like he has extended that gap to Valdemar Solok. You can't even see him there in the background. So Martin looking very much in control here, as we expected. But yeah, it looks like at the moment, we do still have a little bit of time left, but in a good position to defend that 6 from 6, 70.3 starts
score
to wins. It's not bad, is it?
No, that's a perfect score. You know, when you think of all the little things that can go wrong.
Yep.
Yeah, to get it right on every single occasion.
And if he does get that Nice slot, he's got to go 7 from 7 in Nice, which will be another step up from here at the Ironman 70.3 World Championships in September.
Absolutely. And I'm looking down. At the 1K mark, Audrey was 20 seconds behind and Katrine was 19 seconds. So we expect, I expect those ladies to sort of move up through. Lotte Wilms, Lena Meissner was only 6 seconds back, and Kat Matthews at 1K, 2:11. So she just took out a lazy 50 seconds.
In 1 kilometer?
In 1 kilometer.
Oh my
so
word.
Kat is on a mission. She's using these men who are, you know, maybe just a lap tireder to run her way up.
That is phenomenal. To pull out 40-odd seconds within 1 kilometer. Obviously, she's probably gone out at a pace that's not...
Probably a little hot.
Yeah, but...
But I bet she's mad. She's such a tough competitor, and she's like, my bike legs, I'm sure she's out there like, what is happening? I can't get going. There's nothing in them. You know, again, in the middle of hard training, you don't necessarily know if, you know, you're going to have it on race day when you train through a race like this.
Yep.
And when you're racing against athletes who have tapered, again, some athletes coming off Hamburg, everyone coming in different, you know, at different levels of fatigue and circumstances. But nonetheless, Kat Matthews, why did we ever doubt her? I mean, I don't think we did ever doubt her, but we were like, 3 minutes with Mirle and Christensen.
I did say it's a tough ask, but I did also say if anyone can do it, it's Kat. So I did hedge my bets there a little bit. But yeah, running here with Matthew Collins, so probably pretty happy to have a little bit of company. and a little bit of pacing duties from Collins, which Kat would be enjoying.
Would you think Collins would be happy with it? Maybe not. I don't know.
I mean, probably not thrilled, but you know, he can take solace in the fact that he's already done a lap or so.
Yeah. All right.
Lena Meisner's moved up to Marta Sanchez here. And is that for the win, or is Hannah DeVet? I can't see Hannah in front, so
I
that
think
might be
Hannah
the...
might, yeah, this might be the front leading two ladies.
Yep, and I think that's Hannah DeVet there, just chasing in third place.
Yes. I think so. Just looking through for Lena Meissner's best ever run was in Valencia, and it was this year. It was 1:19.06. And her average over, not sure how, is about a 1:22.40. So
a lot of women in that kind of best run, 1:19 average, 1:21 to 1:22. So it's going to be a very interesting run. But Lena Meisner, I think, looking the best out of these front three.
Yep.
Took her time a little bit in transition, just getting sorted and things like that, but now definitely hitting her stride.
Yeah, and I think Katrine Christensen also finding her legs. She's at 11 seconds back at just over 2 kilometers. So after that cramp, trying to put her shoe on in Ruby T2. Looks like Hogenhaag's now running up back onto the shoulders. Yep. So Hogenhaag. And again, fun fact, Christian Hogenhaag is Katrine Christensen's coach. So the two Danes racing very well here today.
And this is for third place on the road and 2 Nice slots for these 3 men. So a lot to play for here. As we go to the Athletic Brewing podium prediction for the men, we have Martin van Riel in first, Valdemir Solik in second, and then we actually have Simon Vian predicted currently to move up into third.
But he does have a knee slot. So while he's expected to move up, the knee slots are still in this group. And it does look like Ben Farr has been dropped. And we have Jamie Riddle and Christian Hogenhaag now running together. So these two men looking to claim their knee slots and hold on to, or racing for a third place, but they do have Simon Vian
chasing them down.
Chasing him down. And they're at 10 kilometers, so still 11 kilometers to go.
And it looks like Simon Vian is around about 50 seconds behind this Jamie Riddle, Christian Hogenhaag group. So definitely within striking distance. And if he's moving through quickly, which it looks like he is, yeah, definitely going to heat up here for these two gentlemen.
It's a very windy course, isn't it?
It is. It's surprising that the run course records are so fast. Javier Gomez at a 1:07 and Emma Pallant-Brown at 1:16, I believe it was, considering how twisty and windy this run course actually is. But it looks very interesting, very, you know, a lot to keep you occupied.
We have Marta Sanchez and Lena Meissner up front. I think this is, yeah, it's a pro male ahead of her. Lena Meissner leading. And she's creating some separation between herself and Marta Sanchez. Running very well. Katrine Christensen has moved into third place now. She's gone by Hannah DeVet. And at 12 seconds back from Lena Meissner. So looking to move past Marta Sanchez. Kat is at 1:24.
So at 3 kilometers in, she has halved the deficit in 3 kilometers.
So maybe Kat Matthews' bike legs weren't quite there, but her run legs sure as heck are.
Yes,
This
it
is
looks like that.
This is something else. This is incredible
And
racing from Kat
she's on a
Matthews.
mission here. You can see she looks great.
3 minutes, no worries for Kat Matthews.
Not at all.
She'll
by
make
the
it up
looks
in
of
the
it.
first lap and a half.
Yeah, she looks great. Great turnover. Just really, really charging. Obviously, I think you're right, Rinny. I think she's probably mad at probably no one but herself, just for, you know, her bike legs not showing up, and she wants to, yeah, she just wants to, yeah, use that madness, turn it into energy for this run, and she's on a mission right now.
Well, I think she, you know, she's racing for time, right? She's trying to get maximum points, but maximum points means you've got to win the race. But it doesn't really matter how much she wins by. I think she just wants to bank those 2,500 points. But more than that, I think when you show up to a race and you're the favorite and you wear #1, and then you feel like you weren't able to perform at your best, you know, in a section of the race, it just can be motivation. It can just be more fuel to the fire. And we know Kat, she's tough. She's tough no matter what. Like, it doesn't matter the race. She always will fight all the way to the end. And so, yeah, I mean, we're seeing another phenomenal run performance from her here today. And we know she's going to be in great shape. She didn't finish Texas, and that was the last race she was in, so she was able to get straight back into training because she didn't do the run. So you know she's put in a good block of training, and so she'll be hitting form in time for Roth, but again, using this as a last really hard hit out. And again, she's just incredible.
Yep, amazing. 1:24 is the gap from Lena Meisner to Kat Matthews. And Kat is in 7th, so we do have a few people.
And Katrine Christensen, I think, if we can get a camera back on the lead. Katrine Christensen just about to make the lead change in the women's side. Lena Meisner only 2 seconds ahead of her at last time check. So we're with the men right now. Jamie Riddle looks like now he's running away from Christian Hogenhag. So still a lot of jockeying for position.
It is, because Jamie dropped off from Ben Fay and then caught back up, and then Christian caught back up. Now he's dropped off. It's definitely not over.
Yeah, and it's not like one is running better on the hill sort of thing. It seems like it's just a flat, windy course. There's not really any major changes that one athlete has the upper hand on. It's just a matter of who's pacing correctly. Adam Fah maybe went out a little bit too... Sorry, I keep saying that. It's Ben.
Yes.
There's another athlete, similar name. And yeah, Martin Van Riel still in control, but we have Daniela Riff back with us. Danny, we've missed you. What are your thoughts on what Kat Matthews is doing right now and the men's race, how it's playing out?
Yeah, I'm back. Yeah, it's super impressive. Things are heating up, definitely. Kat Matthews, I really hope she doesn't overpace. I mean, how she did, put the gap down so quick with the 1:30 down already. Definitely, she's up on a mission, and that she's really going for that win. I guess she's always racing for the win, and that's why we love watching her. But also, yeah, Lena Meisner, leading this race. I don't think she would have thought this morning. And we're throwing it down to Tim, see what he has to say.
Yeah. Wow, Martin Van Riel is looking really good on this out and back. He gave me a little smile as he went past, but he's still being chased hard by Valdemar. He's having the race of his life. I think Simon is going to run up onto the podium. Martin is executing, not very often, but when Martin is racing, he is racing for the win. He wants those points. Man, he looks smooth. Leg, heel carries looking nice. Arms, he's got that nice rhythm. He's running into the corner and out the corner. He's going to leave this crowd now. Then he goes round the castle. He can then take stock. He's just seen on the out and back the lead he's got. It's about 38 seconds, and then there's another 3 minutes to the rest of the lads fighting for that podium spot and to go to Nice. Back to you in the studio.
Martin Van Riel, yes, looking awesome and leading. 38 seconds. I mean, he is running away from Solok right now, so I feel like he feels pretty comfortable in that 3-minute buffer. It definitely seems like that is not in jeopardy, but Jamie Riddle, Christian Hogenhag, and Simon Vian now has moved up into 5th place beyond Ben Fa. And so we'll see if Simon, he's only 20 seconds back from Christian Hogenhag now, and it looks like Jamie's put 10 seconds into Christian Hogenhag, so that 3rd place definitely up for grabs, but it looks like Simon Vian is moving through. But let's take a look at the Athletic Brewing podium prediction now. And we have Kat Matthews predicted to win this race, Katrine Christensen projected to take 2nd place, and Audrey Miele projected for 3rd. So Kat Matthews down in 7th right now, but making quick work of it. I think at last check she was less than a minute back from the lead. And
she has
there
gone
we go.
out.
Here is the top.
Oh, yep.
Lena Meissner in 1st and Katrine Christensen in 2nd.
Yeah, Katrine just about to move up onto Lena Meissner here, but Kat Matthews has just gone out at a suicide pace. I think Danny said hopefully she hasn't overpaced it, and that's the question, right? Like, I'm sure Kat knows what she can execute, and she probably has gone out faster than she typically would. But yeah, I'm sure she has it under control, and she probably wants to get rid of that deficit as quick as possible and then settle in. And I think that time gap will start coming down, probably a little bit slower than it did in that opening 3 kilometers. But yeah, Kat Matthews definitely moving up. It's now 36 seconds
So
to the front.
she's just gone by Lotte Wilms. Hannah DeVet's the next victim.
Yeah, and then, yeah, not too many to come.
And now we have a lead change about to happen. Katrine Christensen moving up onto the shoulder of Lena Meissner and making that pass. New race leader, Katrine Christensen. She was happy, caught the ladies around 70 kilometers, 75 kilometers, and was happy to sort of sit at the back of that pack and come into transition. A little cramp slowed her down through transition, but now taking the lead. It looks like Lena Meissner's going with her for now.
Yeah, Katrine looks quite a little bit better than Lena Meissner does at this stage, but they're going to get eyes on each other here, and you'll see Kat Matthews probably blast through right around. I think that was her just then in that red kit. So
yep.
These women have got a glimpse there and are probably thinking, how did that happen?
Yeah, I thought we had 3 minutes. They're like,
yeah.
nah, it must have been less. But Kat Matthews definitely on a mission.
And that will be a huge motivator for Kat as well to see how close she is, and she will make contact here with the front of this race as we go to the Precision Fuel and Hydration course record pacing. George Goodwin has it from the men back in 2021. Lucy Charles Barclay with the women also in 2021, and Martin Van Riel scheduled to go 3:35.10 and Kat Matthews 3:48.
So Kat Matthews, was that 7 minutes quicker or?
I think so, and then Martin Van Riel 3 minutes quicker. So yeah, I think we picked it at the beginning of the show, Rinny. I think we said it wouldn't surprise us to see the course records fall, and we've already seen the bike course record fall.
On the men's side, I don't know that I think it was really close on the women's side. I didn't get confirmation whether that one fell, but it was within seconds of a previous bike course record. But yeah, Kat Matthews now flying through this Hoka Run course.
We've got this great quad cam footage here. Katrine Christensen top left, Kat Matthews top right, Martin Van Riel bottom left, and a nice aerial view of the port. And we are going to go down to Tim Don, boots on the ground. Tim, what do you have for us?
Wow, this is insane. Kat Matthews is about to take the lead in the next 1 kilometre. Everyone is there, from Hannah DeVette, Kat Matthews, Lena. She didn't look so good. She looked very red in the face. I hope they hydrated well on that bike because it is really heating up here. Kat Matthews is on a mission. If she keeps this going, she's going to run a sub 1:14 on this course with those twists and turns. You can see here now, the women are coming up here in the long rate. In second there's Lena. Katarina, though, with that cramping transition, she is looking good. Very compact. Lena here now, she's taking on fluid. She's got cooling strategy, she looks very red in the haze. Leg carry's not so good. We've got some age group men here. Kat Matthews is in third. She's gone past Martha Sanchez already. She is full of running. Kat Matthews did not pack her bike legs today, but she is flying on the run. So strong mentally. I'm going to take you back to the studio now. What a race we've got on our hands.
Yeah, Kat Matthews is flying today. A 1:14 on this course. I think the previous course record was a 16 from
Emma Pallant.
Yeah, that's correct, Emma Pallant-Brown. So, yeah, I mean, yeah, a twisty, turny course like this, can she hold on to that pace? I don't think she needs to. She can get to the lead and then calm down. She's taken out, what are we at, 6 kilometres, 3 minutes and 6 kilometres from these ladies. So she could probably just put it in cruise control if she wanted to. And again, she does have another race in 2 weeks that she needs to prepare for. So I think she did say before the race that she would maybe, you know, her main goal was to get max points, do whatever she needs to do to get max points. But, you know, at some point, if there's an option, she maybe will, you know, shut it down a little bit. So we'll see if she does that.
Would be nice to have that luxury, wouldn't it, Rinny, to get to the front of a Pro Series, bag maximum points and dial it back a little bit. But, yeah, phenomenal running by Kat Matthews and on schedule to run a 1:14, which is absolutely flying. Martin Van Riel still looking in control as well for the men.
Daniela, you know, we'll do this Morton Momentum Index and then I'll throw it over to you. Let's take a look at Morton movers and shakers. We have Svenningsson up 13 places. And who's that?
Ott up 9 places. And then Emil Slot Nielsen up 7 places.
So definitely a lot of movement in this race right now. We're with race leader Katrine Christensen, but Danny, I want to throw it to you. When you were racing sort of back-to-back weekends or you had other races on the horizon, did you have, I know you did have the opportunity to do this, but were there many times where you had the opportunity to shut it down and prepare for the next race, or were you always just trying to get to the finish line as fast as possible, no matter the race, no matter what you had coming up?
Yeah, I think once you're in a race, it's a little bit hard also to control your, you know, you're there to race hard, and that's also what your mind is set to. So for me, I always try to bring home a good performance, and that also included testing really the legs to the max. And I think from also a hard race, you can really gain fitness again. And I think if we look at Kat Matthews now, she looks like she's going to move up to first place very soon. And the question is, will she then, you know, like we discussed, settle in and just have that luxury to go for the win in a let's say comfortable pace, or will she go for the record? And I know Kat quite well. I think she's definitely going to be tempted if she can see that she can do a record. I think even though records are, I think records are maybe in triathlon not the most important thing in terms of, you know, course records, but still it's a record. And I think if she can have a pace, and sometimes these days when it seems like, you know, the legs are going well, you might as well just go and push for it without, you know, she's not going to go and do something stupid for sure, but I think also she will be tempted to push through.
And Kat Matthews' fastest ever run was a 1:15.34. But my other question, Danny, is we've seen Kat pull up, and I don't want to say this because we don't want to see it happen here, but we have seen her pull up with calf issues in a couple of races. We saw it at 70.3 Worlds last year. Do you think that's in the back of her mind? I know she's done a lot of work. She's a physio. She's a very smart woman. But again, this is a very twisty, turny course, off camber in places, cobbles in places, and she's flying. I think I'm not sure if this is, we're seeing the ladies, and no, I don't think so. But yeah, what do you think that's in the back of her mind right now?
I think she's an athlete who learns also fast, and I think like cramps often happen when you get off the bike and you start too fast. This seems to be all good for now. I think we saw it at Katrin Christensen having a bit of struggles to start a run, and now also looks really smooth. She's running really well, and I think for Kat, I don't think she's going to take any risk, and I think definitely it will be in her mind that I think her full focus will be to, get the full series, the full year well, and she's not going to take any risk which is not needed. And this is going to be the pass. Look at this. I mean, Kat Matthews just speeding, flying, and she's going to bridge up to Katrin Christensen in just a second.
Yeah, absolutely. Kat Matthews almost on the shoulder of Katrin Christensen. And it's not like Katrin Christensen is running slow. Katrin is running pretty quick too, but Kat Matthews on pace for a 1:14, as we said earlier. But the question is, will she get to the front and then just build a bit of a lead and then settle down? I think that would be probably the smart thing to do. But if you're feeling good and your legs feel good and there's an opportunity to have a fastest ever run, I mean, why not? I think her husband will probably give her some instruction, her husband and coach, Mark, as she gets into this run, whether she listens to it or not. Here we go. There's Mark there. Super excited to see his wife doing what she does best, and that's win big Pro Series races. Kat Matthews now on Katrin Christensen's shoulder, about to take the lead for the first time here at 70.3 Elsinore. And we'll have a look at the Morton Momentum Index again. Kat Matthews moved up 7 places. 3 minutes she's taken up. Natalie Van Coverdon has moved up 1, so that's another athlete to watch. Lena Meissner's moved up 1. Van Coverdon sitting at 3:49 down, so not really making too many inroads. She's not too far behind Fenella Langridge, but not making up, well, when you have Kat Matthews making up 3 minutes and see Kat Matthews now having a chat.
She's in good spirits.
There you go. Now she take the lead and then enjoy the victory laps.
Yeah, and she's eviscerated a 3-minute lead in 8.3 kilometers. So, yeah, phenomenal running by Kat. It's hard to believe, like against women that are running well. Not like Katrin Christensen and Lena Meissner are running well. They're no slouches. And yeah, Kat has just gotten off the bike and she has just decided to, unleash this weapon of hers. And we're going to see how it all unfolds when we get back from a break.
It's the beauty of Oman. Our tradition, our hospitality, the sounds of limitless opportunities to explore. Listen, it's Oman.
Ironman 70.3 Elsinore is brought to you by AG1. Better finishes start with AG1. And by Ruvi, the indoor cycling experience. I'm Marina Carfrey, and I'm joined in commentary by Sam Appleton and Daniela Riff. And we're in the final stages of this Hoka run course. The men are at 16.8 kilometers. We have Martin Van Riel in the lead, Valdemir Solok in second place. Simon Vian has moved up into third. Jamie Riddle is in fourth. And Christian Hogenhaag currently in fifth place. So Jamie Riddle, Christian Hogenhaag, and Martin Van Riel right now in those Nice qualifying slots. On the women's side, Kat Matthews has just put on the afterburners and taken the lead after 8 kilometers and a 3-minute deficit out of off the bike. Katrine Christensen sitting in second place, and Lena Meissner 40 seconds back in third. Audrey Mille is in fourth at 48 seconds back, and Marta Sanchez sitting in fifth place right now.
And here's Kat on screen now, and we saw her, you know, a little bit of a stumble across the cobbles, but she's steadied herself. Yeah, you saw she's in good spirits, obviously. She's talking to people, she's chatting, and yeah, we caught up with Kat earlier in the week before the race, and we're going to catch that video now.
I haven't actually looked at the run course yet. It's a habit of mine to really focus on the bike course and then not look at the run. Just naturally, I just think, oh, well, you're just running, it's easy. You're much slower on your speed. So, but I will look at it because I think sometimes that can be tricky, like navigating which corner you're on or which lap. I would like to be able to say, no, I'm not going to measure my effort. I'm just going to do my best effort. But in the back of my mind, I do have a race coming up in 2 weeks. But this race, therefore, gives me a perfect test environment. Like, I'm healthy enough. There should be nothing holding me back. But again, you don't know what 2 hours on the bike is going to do to your legs. So.
I think 2 hours on the bike warmed her legs up.
It looks like it, doesn't it? Yes. Yeah, it hasn't disrupted her run at all by the looks of it. And yeah, I think she's hit the front now, and she's probably dialed it back a little bit, putting it on cruise control. And yeah, probably eyes on the race in 2 weeks in Roth. But yeah, Kat Matthews doing Kat Matthews things, looking great.
She doesn't look like she's taken her foot off the accelerator too much. She still looks like she's pushing, but yeah, I mean, she's definitely a little bit more relaxed than she was before. She doesn't need to do anything special here. Just bank those max points. She did say that it's a great opportunity for a test. So to, you know, have a good hard hit out 2 weeks out from a half. Sorry, from a full. Not a bad plan.
Yeah, I think the timing works out quite well. What do you see, Danny?
Yeah, I agree. I think 2 weeks ahead of a full distance is actually the perfect time to have a really hard brick session, and that's what she's doing here. She's doing it in a race, but that doesn't mean she's going to actually slow down. I think Kat is she's a racer. It will be really hard to tame her when she's on, and it looks like she's definitely on. And yeah, I think it can be really a good test for her to see, to get that speed. And yeah, really, it's 21K. You can recover for, 2 weeks to go. You can recover from it. If it would be full marathon, yes, you would not go full gas. But she looks like she's on a good flow, and that's also going to help her. Like, if she can do a really good run here, it's going to be a great motivation boost and also confidence boost for her. So when she says testing her legs, I'm expecting her to keep pushing.
Kat Matthews super aggressive with the tangents, which I think is super smart. On a course like this where there's so many turns, the tangents become just more important. And there's been some sections where, you could kind of run on the road section, or you could kind of take the tangent. And Kat Matthews has been very smartly and wisely taking all the tangents. You don't want to run a step further than absolutely necessary. On that one was obviously strategic, as she had an athlete she was going past, and she needed to sort of, make quick work of that and get around him and continue on her merry way. But back with the men's race, Martin Van Riel, He's comfortably in first right now. Solak in second at 1 minute and 5 seconds. And Jamie Riddle still sitting in third. He seems, sorry, Simon Vian is in third place at 3:22. And Jamie Riddle's not too far behind him in fourth place. Christian Hogenhag in fifth. And it looks like that is how it's going to be. Christian Hogenhag, Jamie Riddle, Martin Van Riel will all take those knee slots.
Yeah, you saw Martin go through, grab that third lap banner that he, wristband, and so he's on that last 0.5 lap. So he's probably got 6 or 7 minutes left of running. Nice comfortable gap back to Valdemir Solak with 1 minute. But yeah, I'm really impressed with Valdemir Solak. 1 minute back to Martin Van Riel. Yeah, I think that's a great step up in performance for him, and probably the best race of his life, I would hazard a guess. And yeah, Simon Vian has run through from being a bit further down than that chase group off the bike, but he is an excellent runner with his pedigree. He has run into third.
Yeah, I think that for Solak, breakthrough performance, absolutely. And then I think racing against the best in the sport, again, is just going to give him more confidence. And I think we're just going to see more and more from him in the future. But Van Riel seems like he's in cruise control now. Tim Don said that he gave him a smile out there on course, so certainly feels comfortable. You know, even with that, I think at that point he only had a 30-second gap on Solak, but definitely very comfortable and only has about 2 kilometers left to run. So, as you said, probably 6 minutes, 6.5 minutes.
Yep. It would be interesting to see what Martin does with his season now that he got second in Texas, scored great Pro Series points. He's going to get max points here. Where does he go from here? Obviously he's going to do Kona and 70.3 Worlds Nice, but is he going to slot in another Ironman between now? Lake Placid?
Lake Placid.
Potentially, which is coming up here in a few weeks in the US. Yeah, I mean, it is going to be a tight schedule to fit all that in, and high-profile races as well, right? Like Lake Placid, 70.3 Worlds, and Kona, all in a few months. It's a big ask, but yeah, it's why we love the Pro Series, isn't it?
Yeah, he hasn't raced much though. Like he did Texas, yes, and then this one, but it's not like he's coming in with 3 races or 4 races already under his belt.
That's true.
And so just a big back half of the season. Yeah, do you vie for the Pro Series, or do you try and just put all your chips in winning world titles?
I mean $200,000 is a lot to turn away from, isn't it?
Or just, you know, even, you know, second place, 130,000 just to vie for a podium. Yeah, I'm interested to see exactly what he'll choose to do after this.
He must be coming in. A few minutes left now. They're going to do the last lap here of the Kronberg Castle, and then Martin Van Riel will come in, hit that red carpet, and claim the maximum 2,500 points for that Pro Series, which will boost him up the rankings nicely.
6 for 6 and 70.3s victories, which is incredible, and also claim that Nice slot.
It's a good
more
record.
Importantly. Perfect record,
yes.
I might say. Great aerial view of the castle. And Kronberg is one of Northern Europe's finest Renaissance castles. It's world-renowned as Hamlet and Shakespeare's castle, and the home of the legendary hero Holger Danske, and has been named UNESCO World Heritage Site. I said that wrong, but it's a World Heritage Site.
You can see why. Yes, yeah. You can see why. Shakespeare's castle as well. I didn't know that. So good bit of trivia for everyone watching and listening.
We're gonna throw it over to Daniela.
Yeah, super impressive also to watch Martin Van Riel. He mentioned in the pre-race that he had a bit of a rough phase during the off-season. struggling with motivation and also feeling a bit low, just mentally. And yeah, I think it just shows that it's really hard to be on the top all the time. He had a fantastic year last year, and coming back at Ironman Texas really strong. And he also mentioned he was surprised how good he could perform. And now watching this, yeah, it's really great to see him back at his best and yeah, smiling, leading this race.
Yeah, 100%. And I'm, for one, happy to see him claim that Nice slot, because I think that Nice course is really tailored to someone like Martin. He's a light guy, he's got great power on the bike, and obviously a phenomenal runner as well. I think he'll be right at home on that course, and wouldn't surprise me to see him challenging right up there for the win or the podium at Nice.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Nice and Kona.
Yes, 100%.
One of the best in the sport. And I'm excited to have him on both of those start lines this year. Of course, he'll have the Norwegians, among others, to contend with, but...
Yep, he did go toe-to-toe with Christian Blumenfeld at Texas, and, you know, came pretty close to the finish, so we know he has the chops to go with Christian. But yeah, definitely it's another step up going from Texas to Kona, that's for sure.
Absolutely, and he's within the last kilometer of this race now. And he'll get to roll down that finish line carpet. Take maximum points for the Ironman Pro Series, stamp his Nice slot, and take the victory here in Elsinore.
He will go under that course record as well. That was 3:38, so he will cross this bridge here, take that left into the finish chute. So probably a minute or so left for him.
He looks great.
Yeah.
He's a beautiful runner.
I think probably dialed it back slightly as well once he established that lead as well, and he's probably enjoyed this last 6 or 7K of this race, enjoying the crowd. Few high fives here as he enters the red carpet.
And Martin Van Riel from Belgium takes the victory here at Ironman 70.3 Elsinore.
And he looks happy about it as well.
6 for 6, 70.3s for Martin Van Riel. Perfect score. Takes that Nice slot and maximum points for the Ironman Pro Series.
And it definitely puts him into contention for that Pro Series as well, with that great score that he had at Texas. And now, yeah, he will have to decide whether he wants to back up and do Lake Placid here next month in the US, and yeah, the Nice Kona double.
And the Experience Oman finish time, or run time, 1:11:31 for Martin Van Riel, so a little slower than Javier's 1:07, but 1:11:31.
Solik here going to take second. Really, really impressive race. Breakthrough performance. He was second a few weeks ago at the championship, but I think this is another step up again, and he should be really, really happy with that. That's a phenomenal race. Was driving the pace in that front swim group, driving the pace on the bike, and capping it off with a great run. Probably his best run. I think we said it was a 1:13, his best run, so I'm sure he's gone under that just now. So fantastic race, Valdemir Solik.
Yeah, Van Riel was 11. He must have been 1:12, so fastest run for this young man. Just going from strength to strength, and you can see the excitement on his face when he went through that finish arch. An incredible performance from Valdemar Solik. Great partnership, these two.
Yeah, it was, they got on the bike, and it's like they, maybe they spoke to each other, but I think out there you just have a mutual agreement. Sometimes no words need to be said, and you just get to work, and those two they rode well, they rode together, and they just closed the door on everybody else. They made it a race between the two of them, and it came down to the run. Martin was a little bit stronger, but I'm sure that Valdemir Solak is stoked with that. As we see Simon Vian in third place, he also looks quite happy. Phenomenal run from him to come. He was not even in that chase group on the bike. He was even further down than that. So he's executed a great run to claim third place.
Yes, Simon Vian, a phenomenal runner, and used that run today from France. He will take third place at Elsinore 70.3.
And he is happy about that one.
Yeah, I think coming off the bike with that deficit, probably wasn't sure if he'd have the legs to get up into a podium position, but he was able to do it. Now we wait for Jamie Riddle and Christian Hogenhaag, currently in 4th and 5th. Here he is, Jamie Riddle from South Africa.
Bit of a skip over the line.
A really solid performance for him. He had a rocky start to the season. He'll be relieved to stamp that Nice ticket as well. He was top 10 in Nice and the Ironman World Champs last year in Nice. Sorry, Nice and
Marbella.
Marbella. So 2 top 10s at World Championship races, and now he gets to go back.
So he has proven that he does have the chops for that course in Nice as well. So exciting to see him back there for the 70.3 Worlds in September. Martin van Riel holding up that banner. Great to see him back racing on the top.
And Hogenhaag takes 5th place from Denmark, the local guy, and the last slot for Nice. It's a great race from Christian Hogenhaag.
It is, yeah, 100%. So we see Martin finish again, a replay. Just never looked in doubt, really, the whole day. Swam where he needed to be, smart on the bike, and just executed a great run. Expect nothing less from Martin.
Yeah, perfect score. When he slipped away on the bike, it kind of almost was a foregone conclusion. But Solak gave him a run for his money. I mean, I was impressed, super impressed by the young gun.
Yeah, it wasn't all Martin's way, but yeah, Solak ran probably better than I initially thought he would as we get footage of him crossing the line.
Some emotion on the face.
Stoked with that.
Yep, another step.
This is his, also from Denmark, so, you know, home crowd for him. And Simon Vian in 3rd.
All right, we'll go back to the women's race. Kat Matthews in cruise control now. She's actually only 23 seconds up on Katrine Christensen. So Katrine hanging in there. Actually now 20 seconds. So Kat probably can't be in too much cruise control if she wants to win this one, but I think she feels pretty confident. Katrine, Lena Meissner, 107. And then Audrey Mille, 140, and Marta Sanchez down in 5th at 2:14.
As we see Ben Farr cross the line.
Great performance from Ben as well. He had a phenomenal bike ride hanging in with that main chase.
Yeah, I think Kat might have gotten to the lead, and then I think she knew as well that the pace she went out was not sustainable for the half marathon, so she doesn't look quite as, you know,
peppy
as she did, but no one does, right? Halfway through the half marathon, so yeah, she went out at a pace that was you know, faster than what she usually would do, but got into the lead, and now she's probably just going to control the race from here. I would imagine she is probably running within herself, and yeah, she'll just nurse it in from here.
Lots of areas for her to see her competition too, so she'll know exactly where Katrine is, and she also has her husband out on course giving her updates. So she'll, as you said, nurse it in from here. I like that saying. Lots of cobbles on this course too, as is standard in a lot of the European races we do.
Yep. Yeah, such a interesting course. Swim, bike, and run. Really, it's always got something to keep you interested, right? It's through the town, on the cobbles, around the castle.
And we're just also waiting for Tim Don to queue up the high price recovery zone, and we'll be able to hear from our professional men's podium momentarily. Kat Matthews taking the time to give a young fan a high five. I love that. Love to see that.
And I think that goes to show that she's probably in control as well. If you know, if you're feeling the pressure and feeling stressed, you're probably not giving out that high five. But here we go, Tim Don.
Third place finish here at the Ironman Pro Series Elsinore. Congratulations. What a run you had out there.
Yeah, really happy. That was I was looking for, actually. Being in the position after the bike where I could have a good run and be to have a chance to fight for the podium position.
And on the bike, there was a big group. It broke up in times. Was the bike course fast? Was the headwind there? How did that affect you when it came to the run?
I think I had a pretty good bike. I managed the course as well as I could. It was not the best course for me because I'm a small guy, but I don't know, I managed to stay in contention with the group, and in the last 30 kilometers I picked up a few positions to be as well placed as I could going into T2.
Third here, what a race, congratulations.
Thank you.
We're waiting for the rest of the interviews. They'll be up momentarily, but that's Tim Don down at the high price, a recovery zone. And we're still with race leader Kat Matthews in cruise control at the front of this race. But she does have Katrine Christensen around 20 seconds back.
Yeah, 20 seconds.
15 kilometers.
It's, you know, I wouldn't be super comfortable with 20 seconds as we get Tim Don down
here with our second
solid.
place finisher, Valdemar. What an exceptional performance. You were right there from the start. You attacked the bike early on. How are you feeling?
I'm really happy, but I'm freezing quite a lot right now.
You're cold. The sun is out, man. What's going on?
Just took it to the limit, I think. So, yeah, I've been preparing for this race for, like, since I saw it was on the calendar. And I've seen so many other Danes perform well here in Elsinore, and I thought, okay, I'm gonna give it my all to do the same. So I've also the last weeks I've been quite nervous, and it's just such a relief, and it means a lot to me. Yeah.
So on the bike, you were with Martin. You had a 2-minute lead, but you ran with him so well. Martin has never lost a 70.3. What was going through your mind on the run?
Yeah, I've been talking to my coach quite a lot that well, I'm obviously not the strongest runner out there, but I should be able to run better than I've done so far. So we thought that maybe going out a bit aggressive might sort of delay the sort of fatigue and like slow cadence you get when it gets quite tough. So that was the plan. But when you see Van Riel running like that, I thought, okay, why not? And then we went on to the with the headwind, and then I thought, oh, this is quite easy. And then he 2 or 3 Ks later he dropped me. So, but I'm just happy that I got to run with him.
So run out aggressively and run for that second spot on the podium. Congratulations, great race. Thanks. I'm here with Martin Van Riel, the champion of the Elsinore 70.3 Ironman Pro Series in the high price recovery zone. 6 for 6, Martin. You are the 70.3 king. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you very much. We keep the streak alive, but it wasn't easy today.
The race started with a deep water start. There was that crazy technical swim. How did your start go, man?
Well, actually, there was a volunteer on a jet ski, and I think he didn't know that we were going to start that fast. And I did a couple strokes, and all of a sudden I felt something, and I hit the jet ski, and I was like a bit startled. But then, yeah, just kept sprinting to the first buoy. And then, yeah, I saw we had a break already with like 6 or 7 guys, which was obviously ideal for me. And then the start of the bike, Voldemar went full on crazy mode. And it was actually really, really hard, and I had to, really use a bullet there. And the rest of the bike, I was quite cooked, but I was very, very happy with the company of a very strong Voldemar.
And again, 30 kilometres into the race, you could see an out and back. By then, you'd built up a big lead, the two of you. It looked like you were working well together. And that kind of set you up for a great run. You came into transition. You knew you had some fast runners chasing you, but you had a good 2-minute lead. So, you know, were you backing off, or was it still full gas on the run?
Yeah, like it was full gas, because in the beginning, Voldemar started running with me, so he also didn't give it make it easy there for me. But then, yeah, I could control it a little bit once I had a solid gap to him, and make sure that I didn't completely collapse or anything like that. Just get the 2,500 points and the W in the bag now, and that's incredible feeling.
So you mentioned 2,500 points. You're going to Lake Placid, World 70.3s and Kona. Are you looking to take the Pro Series?
Yeah, there's probably a couple of Norwegians who have a say in this as well, but I'm hoping to battle for it.
Race from race, man. A great win here. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you to Tim Don and our men's podium at the High Price Recovery Zone. Always good to hear from the lads after the race. Sam?
Yeah, it's great to hear the insights from within, and I think Martin said it didn't come easy, even though we might have said, or I might have said, I don't want to speak for you, Rinny, but I might have said he was making it look easy. Obviously, he just then said that it wasn't, and Valdemir really took it to him on the bike, and he had to work really hard, and he said he didn't feel good that whole bike, and even the start of the run, he said he was running really, really hard, and Valdemir was giving him a run for it. So, super impressive. I love to get those insights. And the women, Kat Matthews still in the lead, Katrine Christensen in second, and Lena Meisner in third.
Ironman is the journey of a lifetime that begins long before race day. Life is busy and time is precious, but we need to stay on course. We ride, we practice, we improve, then we do it again. So when the day arrives, we are ready, and every one of us crosses that finish line to hear the words, "You are an Ironman." Get race day ready with Ruvi and practice on your course in advance.
Today's live broadcast of Ironman 70.3 Elsinore is brought to you by AG1. Better finishes start with AG1. I'm Marina Carfrey, and I'm joined by, and have been all day, by Sam Appleton and also Daniela Riff, with Tim Don on the ground. And we are in the closing stages of this Hoka run course. We have Kat Matthews in the lead at 16.8 kilometers. We have Katrine Christensen sitting in second place. Lena Meissner is in third. Audrey Mille fourth. And Marta Sanchez sitting in fifth place. Kat Matthews, of course, bridging up that 3 minutes in, what, 8 kilometers? 8.5 kilometers. A little bit of a deficit off the bike. And she made quick work of the Hoka run course, and now she seems like she's in cruise control. There's about a 20-second gap between Kat and Katrine, so Katrine sitting right there. So if Kat slows down at all, that first place could be in jeopardy, but I feel like she's just doing what she needs to do to take maximum points. And Lena Meissner in third at 1:15 back. Audrey Mille actually in fourth. She could run up on the podium. She's, whoop, now it just changed. She was at 1:35, now it's 1:57, so maybe not. Lena Meissner might have that third place locked up. Kat Matthews, do you think she's in cruise control, Daniela?
Yeah, I mean, she definitely does the smart part. I would say she did the test in maybe in the first 8K. She definitely tests her legs. That's what she mentioned before. But yeah, I think she's not, 20 seconds is not a lot, but that's at the moment all she needs to do. If she can just stay in control. And I think that's something Kat likes. She likes to be in control of the race, and she's definitely in control now. And if she sees that the gap is closing, I'm sure she will have another gear. But it's still, focus has to still be on getting to that finish line. We're at 70.5K now. And I think also from a mental aspect, you want to be concentrated on the very end. There's still a lot of corners and turns, and yeah, she will be heading, that she will have that focus until the very end, and to really bring that home, that win.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about the Ironman Pro Series and athletes who are contending. And Katrine Christensen with her third place in Hamburg, and now what looks to be a second place here. She's off to Kalmar as well for the Ironman there. She could be a contender for a podium. So I'm now thinking, is Kat dismissing? Kat added this race so that she could vie for a second or third. And by putting max time into the ladies behind her, this woman in particular, Katrine Christensen, Kat's not going to be able to get maximum points in the overall series. I mean, is a few points here or there that important? It's a good question, and we won't know until we get to the end of the season whether, another 20 seconds or another minute and a half would have been the difference between possibly her and Katrine Christensen. But that's what makes the Ironman Pro Series so interesting. Like, it's, super interesting to see. It will be super interesting to see how the rest of the season shakes out.
Yeah, because Kat could put the hammer down here and rob Katrine Christensen of Pro Series points, right? And I think Katrine will be going for the Pro Series, and we've seen it in years before. It does come down to handfuls of seconds, and I think every second matters in the Pro Series. So, yeah, Kat is, the ball's in her court a little bit here. She can, try and rob her competition of some points, or kind of back it off a little bit and not jog it in, but nurse it in, as I said earlier.
Yeah.
But, I don't know about you guys, but I was never comfortable with, a gap like 20 seconds or something. It's, I always, the bigger the better for me. I was always one of those athletes that panicked at, small gaps and things like that. So
it just shows, the composure that she has. It shows the maturity that she has as an athlete, and confidence. She's like, if Katrine Christensen runs up on Kat's shoulder, I still have my money on Kat, right? Like, she just is such a fighter. And so, I don't know. What are your thoughts on that, Danny?
Yeah, same. I think, also we will, let's put some credits on Katrine Christensen. I think she's quite a fighter too. What we saw 2 weeks ago from Ironman Hamburg, she really let everything out there, and also, surprised many people. But I think if it comes to if it would happen that these two closing and running next to each other, yeah, Kat she can dig really, really deep. She has that capacity to just, how to say, just get everything out of yourself. And that's also what defines a racer in the end. If things don't go planned, and also I think today I would think not everything went planned for her. The bike, I'm sure she felt some frustration on the bike, not being able to push maybe the numbers she wanted. She stayed patient, and now she's leading the race. So I think it just also shows the experience and that she's bringing with her now, as she's raced many years, and she's executing it to the very best.
And they just saw each other there at that crossover. So I wonder if Katrine Christensen will get a bit of a motivational boost for that, thinking, it is only 23 seconds. And who knows? Kat might not be dialing it back. She might be, Katrine might just be holding.
Paying for the first 8K.
Exactly. And Katrine might just be holding that gap. And you see them grab that third lap wristband there. So they've got that half lap to go around the Kronberg Castle and into the finish. But yeah, I wouldn't say it's over just yet.
Yeah, I think you're 100% correct, Danny, when you said, Katrine Christensen is a fighter. When you get out of the water and you have a 4.5 minute deficit on the lead, and you fight your way all the way to the front, even after a 30-second stand-down penalty. I think she grabbed her bike before she clipped her helmet, which, of course, one of the rules in Ironman is, you cannot pick up your bike until you have put your helmet on and fastened it. So she, made a small error in the moment and paid for it with that 30-second penalty. But, got on the bike and just found her legs and just went for it, bridging all the way to the front within 75 kilometers. And now really just lingering behind Kat Matthews. I think Katrine Christensen is just a phenomenal talent as well, to be able to back up from Ironman Hamburg only 2 weeks ago and third place there, and your best ever marathon time at 2:45. So a massive performance against some of the best women in the world. Of course, Solveig Loveseth won that one, and Laura Philipp got second, but, two world champion. So two Ironman world champions right in front of you. And Katrine Christensen, a lesser known name in the sport. Of course, anyone that follows keenly would know she's a very good biker, very good runner. The struggles a little bit in the swim, gives up a little bit too much time in the swim to be in contention, or in the past, in contention in the world champs. But when you put together a bike and run like this, there's no reason why she can't be a factor in races like Kona, where typically the fighters come through in the end.
Yeah, I'm excited to see Katrine in Kona, actually. I think it would be a great race for her, and she's shown that, the bike and run is so strong and at the world's best, like you said, Rinny. Third place behind Solveig Loveseth and Laura Philipp, two previous world champions. It's, a great, I just think she's got a great future.
Absolutely, and she is back for some more high fives. See, she's super confident. I think.
If she was stressed,
I don't think there'd
that.
be any slowing down for high fives. I think she's.
But it is close enough that Katrine will be able to see. I mean, it is busy on this path, but she'll probably be able to see the bike and Kat just up ahead, and it looks like she's digging deep to try and get that gap down a little bit, but it's just holding steady, isn't it, around that 20 to 23 seconds.
Yeah, Kat doesn't look too worried. I mean, it's when there's so many people on course, on multi-lap courses, you need to rely on, people from the side telling you. You can't kind of do a shoulder check because you see a bunch of people, and so you don't really know who's who, and where your competition is, because there's just too much traffic on the course. But yeah, again, I mean, it's telling when an athlete goes out of their way to give a high five for a young fan. I think it's fairly clear that Kat's in cruise control. But you never know, guys. You never know.
Yeah, it doesn't look like that gap is coming down as we near a couple of kilometres to go. Doing this back loop of the Kronberg Castle now. But yeah, it is quite tight in this this section of the run, so maybe Kat is hidden a little bit between all the bodies, and Katrine can't lay eyes on her.
Yeah. Yeah, seems like Kat just sort of locked into Katrine's pace. She's like, okay, what pace is she going to run? All right, I'll just run 20 seconds ahead the rest of the run.
It shows incredible maturity and race IQ, right? To do that and be happy just sitting.
I feel like I'd want a minute. You know, at least a minute.
Yeah, I would be comfortable personally with a minute, but yeah, Kat just, yeah, she's happy just dangling 20 or so seconds out in front and in control, giving high fives, and yeah, I think it's just a testament to how good she feels, and she can just keep that pace to perfection.
Kat's nearing 20 kilometers now, so 1 kilometer to go, about probably three and a half minutes. Lena Meissner on screen.
Third place, 90 seconds down on Kat Matthews.
And Audrey Millet, 44 seconds behind Lena.
And then
So-
Hannah DeVette rounding out the top 5.
All pretty close together, actually. The top, down to Marta Sanchez in 6th is only 3 minutes. Actually, Hannah DeVette and Sanchez are within 3 seconds of one another, but I think, well, is Sanchez running up? Well, they got off the bike together, so I'm not sure.
They've kind of been oscillating
Yeah.
back and forth a little bit this whole run for that 5th slot. But yeah, Kat's lead has gone out to 31 seconds now to Katrine Christensen. So she might have heard you, Rinny, and said, you know what, a minute would be more comfortable.
It would be a little safer. I'm just looking at athletes that have qualified for Nice as well. Kat has, Katrine has, Marta Sanchez has,
Audrey Merle has, and Lena Meissner.
So Hannah DeVette will pick up a slot.
Hannah DeVette will.
Van
Lottie-
Coverden has one as well.
And Lottie
Fenella.
Wilms.
Lottie has one. So we're looking at Hannah DeVette, Fenella, and Lena Bissig.
Yep. So it's going to roll down at this current space to 10th place,
10th
Lena
place.
Bissig. So Hannah DeVette will, if she holds this place, will get that Kona slot that she missed out on at Aix-en-Provence a few weeks ago. So that is good redemption for her.
Absolutely. Kat just making her final about 600 meters to go for Kat.
You can see the finish line across the harbour there.
Just in cruise control now.
It's always nice seeing that finish, but it seems to drag out sometimes.
Especially when you see it far in the distance.
Yes.
But maybe not for Kat. As I said, I think, you know, she ran hard for 8K, and I think Danny said it right. You know, 8K, 35 minutes, full strength, and now just back into Ironman pace, or not really probably Ironman pace, probably quicker than that still, but dialing it back, foot off the throttle a little bit.
Yep.
And cruise control into the finish.
Yeah, because if she can recover from this quickly and be back running in, you know, a few days, it's going to do, you know, that's what she would want ideally, rather than going to the well where sometimes it can take 7 days before you can run again. So, yeah, absolute masterclass of a run by Kat Matthews today.
The sunglasses go up, and that hard left into the finish chute. Kat Matthews from the United Kingdom taking the win here in Ironman 70.3 Elsinore. And she got what she came for, 2,500 points banked for the Ironman Pro Series.
What a race from Kat. And that 2,500 points, that'll put her in contention for a podium in the Pro Series. Probably not the win without that Ironman score at Texas, but Katrine Christensen not far behind at all, and great Pro Series points for her as well. She'll be also stoked with that result. High fives to the
Katrine
crowd.
Christensen, local girl from Denmark, and her husband and daughter greet her at the finish. Super proud of Mama. Just an amazing race from Katrine Christensen. Kat Matthews ran a 1:16 as well, so cruise control 1:16, not bad.
Not too bad at all.
And yes, so we look at the Experience Oman run split, 1:16.36 overall time was 4:02.57, so did not take down that course record from Lucy Charles Barclay. Lena Meissner now are about to make her turn into the finish chute. And third place.
That's a great
for Lena.
race. She steadied a little bit as well. I think she looked a little bit worse for wear early on in the run, but she's rallied and was able to close it out nicely. Third place, she'll be happy with that.
Yeah, it's a great result from Lena Meissner. Anytime you get on the podium in a Pro Series race, I think it's a good day.
Absolutely.
And Lena Meissner from Germany now on the red carpet, and she will take third place here in Ironman 70.3 Elsinore.
Katrine Christensen greets her, and as we see Mark Matthews and Kat Matthews there.
And the ladies congratulating one another, exchanging some war stories, I'm sure, from the day. It's always fun to catch up with your competitors after the race.
I always liked that, yeah, trading war stories and personal experiences out there. There is a shared respect, I think, amongst a lot of triathletes in particular. I think, you know, it's such a grueling sport, a hard sport, and it's, yeah, everyone gets along. As we see, I believe that was Christian Hogenhag, the coach of Katrine Christensen, getting a quick debrief as well.
Relief from Kat Matthews. Marta Sanchez, I believe, is that? No, I think that was Christian Hogenhag giving Kat a hug as well. Congrats. So, 2 70.3 wins, 1 Ironman win so far for Kat Matthews. An unfortunate DNF in Texas, but still a phenomenal year so far for Kat. Every year she just comes out and just races her heart out.
Yep.
We'll go get to hear a few words from our top 3 ladies with Tim Don once they're ready for the post-race interviews.
What did you make of that top 3, Danny? Did that play out to your expectations leading into this race?
Yes, absolutely amazing performance from all 3. I think Kat showed her dominance, even though it was not easy for her. I'm sure we will hear that in her interviews just now. And also Katrine Christensen, what a performance. I mean, also so close to Kat, just 2 weeks after an Ironman. Really impressive how she also recovered in such a short time and showed us such a fast run. And then also Lena Meissner coming third. That will be definitely a huge result for her. And yeah, she was strong all day, and she will be very happy with that. Yeah, we had a good show, I would say.
Yeah, absolutely. Lots of lead changes. Yeah, we we got what we paid for, I think. Incredible racing across the men's and the women's fields. Kat Matthews' run was just incredible.
High Price Recovery Centre with Lena, a third place here in the Ironman Pro Series, Elsinore. You led out of T1. You worked hard on that bike. How did it feel out there?
Oh, honestly, I felt pretty useless all day long because I didn't...
Useless in third?
Yeah. I mean, it was just a feeling, you know. I didn't have a great swim. I thought maybe I could lead it, and then on the bike, yeah, credits to all the girls. I just tried to hang on, and yeah, Lotte Wilms did an amazing job pacing the group mostly all the time. And then on the run, yeah, I started to feel better and better, but still not at my very best today. But it's a privilege to race with all these amazing girls.
And the run, of course, the support was amazing out there. Did that energy get behind you? There were so many bits where you could see your competitors. Was that an advantage to you?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the crowd was amazing. I mean, they carried me for almost 21K. So they cheered on, incredible. And yeah, so many corners made it a tough run. But also, as you said, you could see like the competitors as well. But yeah, I'm glad I'm finished.
Brilliant. Congratulations and well done on your third place finish.
Lena, can we keep you around here because of the podium?
She was on that amazing second finish. I was there in T1. Talk me through what happened.
Yeah, I got my first ever penalty. I think I'm just used to having my helmet in the box, and so I put it on my bike, and I forgot everything about it. So I took my bike before I got my helmet on. So yeah, but I think I kind of needed that extra time to. Yeah, it was a really tough swim for me. So I think it wasn't that bad, just to summer my thoughts for some seconds. Yeah.
And when you got on that bike, you went to work really early. You were eating up time into that lead group. Were you conscious that you were catching? You caught Kat Matthews. There was a moment where we thought the two of you were going to go, but you had other ideas.
Yeah, for me, the plan was just to leave it all out there and try to catch the front, and I managed to. And then I just I hope that I would have the legs for running today. And it was really a tough run, and I could feel like my body is really sore, but all the energy and all the hype on the course, it was just amazing, and I couldn't help smiling even though every piece of my body hurt from the first step. But it was amazing, and all the Danish people cheering on me, and I really enjoyed.
Well, we're here in the High Price Recovery Centre. Go and get some recovery. Congratulations and well done today.
Thank you.
Now we've got our 70.3 Ironman Pro Series champion, Kat Matthews. How was that? That was amazing. It looked a day of two halves, maybe 3/3. I'm not sure quite what, but there were definitely lots of emotions going on there, what I saw in transition zone.
Yes, I think you're right. As every triathlon, 3/3. And I think that probably describes it quite well, to be honest.
That swim looks so chaotic. The start, the first buoy. You know, even Lena, who's one of the top swimmers, even she said she struggled with it. You know, how did the swim feel for you?
Yeah, I felt like I had a really good start. I saw lots of colours around me, which means to my mind, I'm like, yep, in a good place, good place, good place. First buoy, and oh, gone. I was swimming next to someone else, and I felt like it was aggravating us both. And then someone else came past, and obviously I've got no idea who these people are, just yellow, orange hats. So I settled in really nicely to someone's feet, and I actually cruised the rest of it.
And then once on the bike, you get out, you've got that headwind, there was crosswinds as well. You know, we know you're training for an Ironman, but to come here, you still wanted to execute a swim and a bike and a run, you know, where your training's at. Have you been working more on the Ironman pace work on the bike?
Yeah, for the first time ever, actually.
Sounds dangerous.
Well, yet to be proven if that helps in a race, because today I was quite disappointed with my bike, if I'm honest.
Then you came into T2, I mean, I wouldn't say you had fire in your eyes, but you looked determined, the way you ran away from your bike, that you were going to chase hard. And I must admit, I did get a bit worried. The first 7, 8, 9K, I was going, I think she's going to run quicker than Martin. You know, was that the plan, or was it just like, let's just go for it, get to the front and get those 2,500 points?
Yeah, the plan was do what I can to get to the front, but I absolutely did not expect that. I felt so bad on the bike. There was lots of challenges, and getting out of transition, I was running with Fenella. I was like, okay, this is fine. Like, we're running well, but I don't feel great. And then suddenly one of the pro men came past me, and I was like, bam, switch on, go. And I just ran with him for, well, until I think it must have been 8K or something. So I can blame him for the first 5.
Kat Matthews had an amazing race. You are the Elsinore Ironman Pro Series champion. High-fiving people with 5K to go. On next to Nice, Ironman 70.3 World Chaps. Congratulations.
Thank you to Tim Don and our podium getters down in the high price recovery zone. It's always good to hear directly from the athletes after the race. And Kat Matthews, yeah, super disappointed with her run, and actually with her bike, sorry, and then said she didn't feel very good on the run, but yeah, as I said, just switched it on when one of the pro men went by her, and
she could have fooled me. Could have fooled me that she didn't feel good on the run. It was looked like she was just on a mission and was feeling great. But yeah, it's funny how looks can be deceiving, right? And you don't always necessarily have to feel good to execute a great race like Kat did. So
same with Katrine Christensen too. Just said every piece of her body hurt the whole day.
Yep.
But again, a phenomenal, like I think another breakthrough performance, certainly on the 70.3 level for her. I feel like the Hamburg performance was a breakthrough in the Ironman distance, and then to back it up with this and another Pro Series race. Just incredible. And then Lena Meissner as well, disappointed in places, but you know, your mind plays funny tricks on you during races sometimes, and yeah, it's amazing what you can get out of yourself even when you don't feel like you're performing to your level.
Yeah, absolutely. And she actually said she kind of felt better as the run went on, which kind of aligns with how she ran, right? Like she didn't look great at the beginning, but then she steadied and rallied and ended up closing it out quite well. So just a fantastic race all round on both the men and the women's side. It was I just think we were treated to a great performance across both genders today.
All right, and we're at the Athletic Brewing. Third place, Lena Meissner from Germany.
She gets those flowers and she'll take that
little Athletic Brewing
beer.
And from Denmark in second place, Katrine Christensen. A second place after her third just 2 weeks ago in Hamburg.
Phenomenal to back up from that effort in Hamburg.
Yeah. It's a new breed of athlete.
Yep.
Amazing what they can back up these days. And our women's champion, she swam 26:04, biked 2:15:10, and ran a 1:16:36 with an overall time of 4:02:57. This is Kat Matthews from Great Britain.
She's always got a smile, always a bubbly, great personality. On top, great race. Didn't have it all away, but got the job done. We'll see how much of this beer goes in the mouth and how much goes on each other.
I feel like they never put beer over each other's heads anymore.
Well,
they got a race in 2 weeks.
That's true, and they're probably quite cold. It was 17 degrees, and I always get cold after racing. And
yeah, me too. A few sips and then throw it
to the crowd.
Yep.
Let's keep us dry and wet everybody else.
Yeah. And we'll await the pro men's podium.
Stunning venue here in Elsinore. Just, I think it lived up.
And in third place from France, Simon Vian. A phenomenal run from Simon to make his way up onto the podium today.
Yeah, he said that he tried to limit the losses on the bike and execute a great run, and he was able to do that. He Yeah, was not in that initial chase group, but in that third group. But yeah, was still able to unleash a great run.
And in second place from Denmark, Valdemar Solok. Breakthrough performance for this young Dane.
Absolutely, in front of a home crowd.
Yep, that's the way to do it.
He said he targeted this race when he saw it was on the calendar. He'd been working towards this for the last couple of months, and he's executed a fantastic race. So he'll be one to watch.
Yep. And your Ironman 70.3 Elsinore champion today. He swam a 21:55. He biked a 1:58:04. Ran a 1:11:31. Good enough for a course record 3:36:03. Martin Van Riel from Belgium.
I love that keeping it real slogan on his backside there.
Yeah.
Looks like they're chatting about what to do with the beer. Do they pour it on each other or?
Yeah. Yeah, see, they don't throw it in.
No.
Usually the men are more
game
for that.
Yeah, to get each other a bit wet with the post-race beer, but not today. A couple of sips.
Just a couple of sips and set it down and go for a recovery shake.
I think that's it.
I mean, the Athletic Brew is a recovery shake, really. All right, more to come in a few minutes.
Try imagining a place where it's always safe and warm. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
It's the beauty of Oman. Our tradition, our hospitality, the sounds of limitless opportunities to explore. Listen, it's Oman.
Just do it, it'll be fine.
It's breakfast with precision. It's breakfast with precision.
Thank you, Poncho Man. Welcome to Breakfast with Precision at Hugo's on the Rocks. I'm Andy Blow, co-founder of Precision Fuel and Hydration, and we are stoked to be the official hydration partner of the Ironman Global Series.
Hey, what are you doing on my set?
Get a plan for your next race at pfnh.com.
Security!
It's breakfast with precision. It's breakfast with precision.
And you've been watching the live broadcast of the Ironman 70.3 Elsinore. And as we look at today's results, Martin Van Riel takes maximum points. Valdemar Solok, second, and 2,425 points. Simon Vian, 2,323 points. Jamie Riddle, 2,286 points, down to Pierre Dupuy at 2,066 points, in ninth place. And we'll go and have a look at the overall standings in the Ironman Pro Series. No changes at the top. Blumenfeld, Hansen, Long, Vonberg, Knut remain in the top 5. Rasmus Svenningsen up 9 positions after today's race. Trevor Foley slides down 1. Martin Van Riel are also up 9. Stornes and Schomburg both down 2 spots. Let's look at the women's results from today's race. Kat Matthews banking those 2,500 points, exactly what she came for. Katrine Christensen, 2,464. Lena Meisner takes 2,383. Sanchez, 2,284, down to Lena Bissig, who takes 2,021 points. And let's take a look at the overall standings in the Ironman Pro Series. Solveig remains at the top. Lotte Wilms moves up 2 places. Kat Matthews up 4 with a perfect score, 10,000. Fenella Langridge also up a couple of spots in 4th. Hannah Berry moves down 3, as does Grace Tech. Katrine Christensen up 5 now into 7th place. Tamara Jewett down 3. Sanchez up 10, and Taylor Nibb down 2 places to 10th. All right, thank you for watching the 2026 Ironman 70.3 Elsinore. Catch on-demand replays of all Ironman Pro Series broadcasts globally. Watch at proseries.ironman.com, Ironman Try YouTube channel, or any of our global partners. We will see you next weekend, June 28th, for the 9th stop of the Experience Oman Ironman Pro Series, Ironman Frankfurt, the European Championship for the pro men. With a star-studded field including Casper Stornes, Gustav Eden, Magnus Ditlev, Jamie Riddle. It's going to be an epic battle and you will not want to miss it. Stay tuned to Ironman social media channels and YouTube to catch all of the exciting pre-race build-up. Until then, I'm Marinda Carfrey on behalf of Sam Appleton, Daniela Riff, and Tim Don. Thank you for joining us for today's coverage. We will see you in Frankfurt.
Champion, what a run, what a race, Kat Matthews!
This copyrighted broadcast of World Triathlon Corporation may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without express written consent of World Triathlon Corporation.